face that running up.
Good evening, gentlemen. This is Sir Yeetus. Welcome to episode 142 of Yeetus's Thoughts. In this topic, I already noticed right away in the comments that you guys are completely taking it the wrong way. When I say rent versus lease, I don't literally mean rent versus lease. When I say rent versus lease, I mean being single and being married. I repeat, when I say rent versus lease, I mean being single versus being married. I know majority of you gentlemen know where I'm going with this, but this is definitely for newcomers as well if they come across my channel. Gentlemen, in my opinion, at least in my personal opinion, there is no difference between a single woman and a married woman. There is no difference whatsoever. They both want your resources. They both want your protection. They both want you to be there for them at all costs. But the only difference is one, if you're single, it's a one time payment or it's just friends with benefits, wherever works. The other side is marriage, aka lease. You pay a one time payment for the puniti versus you lease this puniti for 30 plus years. And I would say leasing the puniti 2022 is the stupidest shit you can ever do. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Women these days are giving out the puniti like candy, especially when they're in their early to mid 20s. Why will you settle for a woman that gave out her puniti like candy in her early 20s, but she expects you to pay premium price? Look at my thumbnail, gentlemen. Look at the thumbnail. It's that age-old question that I'm pretty sure most of you guys agree. Why would I pay premium price for for milk that hundreds and hundreds of other dudes got for free with little to no effort whatsoever? But you had to pay premium price when she's ready to settle down. And once again, I'm not saying you have to be single. I'm not saying you have to be married, but you got to see both sides. You have to analyze both sides of the argument. Right now, the marriage side is losing badly because no sane man. This is similar to what Under Chronic and Hammerhand was talking about Mia Khalifa yesterday. That guy, his overdose on blue pills, decided to marry Mia Khalifa. Out of all people, Mia Khalifa, and he thought that there would be a happily ever after. No, it's in our biological. It's literally in a man's DNA to be repulsed. I repeat, it's in a man's DNA to be repulsed by a fucking 304. We don't take 304 seriously when it comes to long-term relationships. If it's just a night out and if it's a one night stand or whatever, that's a different story. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm gonna hit it and quit it. I'm a ghost. I'm a Casper the fuck out of here. But when it comes to a long-term relationship, I will be beyond repulsed by a woman that's literally the community bicycle. And Ebon Hermit, he says, "Don't get me wrong. Mia Khalifa looks good, but she's used up. She's like sour potatoes. Nobody wants to pay for that. No, nobody wants to. Why would you? As a man, why would you pay for something that literally hundreds, hell, when it comes to Mia Khalifa, I would even say probably close to thousands by now of men All they had to do was walk up on set and then ram the shit out of her, fucking blow that back out to oblivion. And they didn't even have to pay a cent to do that. But the husband, he has to pay premium price for that. That's why I said the husband, he tried it. He's like, oh, maybe, I'll be able to overlook her promiscuous past, willingly go on camera for millions upon millions upon millions of men to see. I can overlook that. No, it is in our fucking nature to be repulsed by fucking scandalous Jezebel shit like that. It is in our genes as men to be fucking disgusted by women like that. And I mean in terms of long-term relationships, gentlemen. There's no disagreement when it comes to that. There is no disagreement because, gentlemen, at the end of the day, when it comes to marriage in general, don't believe that bullshit talking about, oh, women are settling with men, blah, blah, blah. No, men are settling with women. Because, like we said before, men don't need women when it comes to surviving out here in this cruel world. Women need men. Men are settling for women when it comes to marriage. Why, you ask? Because, once again, let's talk about the age-old rule. Women, they are the gatekeepers of sex. Men are the gatekeepers of commitment. Men choose who they commit to, or they just ghosts. They just disappear. Smash and dash. Out of here. Bye-bye. So don't believe that fucking nonsense of these modern women like, oh, we're settling. No. Men are settling for women like you because clearly they didn't even have no type of father figure or no type of men with some type of common sense to say, hey, these bitches ain't shit. They were raised with a bunch of matriarchal ideologies to put these low-life fucking women on a pedestal like they're the next best thing to sliced bread. You gotta keep it real, gentlemen. Once you reach a certain caliber, you see a woman's demeanor, you see a woman's behavior change. All of a sudden, you're not that fucking loser weirdo, the person that I ignored, a person that was invisible on my radar after all these years. Now I want to come back. Now I want to say that, oh, I'm a good girl, I'm a born again virgin. But she's a fucking crusty old 40-year-old fucking old hag. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. Mia Khalifa tried to call men cheap and shame them, even though she opened up her legs to thousands of dudes. I agree. Thank you for the $5 donation, Evil Hermit. That's called straight up projection. That is straight up projection. Because now that she willingly, and she was an adult, signed multiple contracts to be doing all that promiscuous shit on camera for everybody to see, now she made a few million, and now that she made it to the big leagues, all of a sudden she doesn't want to be known for her adult actress career, even though she's still rocking the name Mia Khalifa. That's not her real name. That's her stage name, according to my knowledge. Let me see. Yeah, that's not even her real fucking name. That's what I thought. Mia Khalifa is not her real fucking name. But for some reason, for a person that doesn't want to be known for her adult actress career, she still wants to walk around and strut that fucking name that she opened up her legs to thousands of men to. This is why I don't take feminism seriously, gentlemen. I don't take it seriously whatsoever. I really don't. Jabba these nuts. What's going on, man? My cousin has been married 7 years now, and he looks miserable. Gentlemen, I'm sure you guys known a family member or a friend or coworker that has been married for a good amount of years, and they look like they're the empty shell of themselves. They literally have no life in them whatsoever. They literally became a fucking robot. Happy wife, happy life. You know what I'm saying? Where you try to take them out to go to a bar or take them out to a certain event. Oh my gosh, guys, it's 7:30 p.m. I need to go home and check in with my wife. That situation sounds like worse than death, in my opinion. Damn. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. Silver Surf Studio. It was funny how that chick who was interviewing Khalifa was treating her like she was something to be respected. Gentlemen, and I guarantee you, the couple of ladies that are sitting here, you need to listen, good. Ain't no fucking way, besides some sorry excuse for a fucking simp, will ever respect you for open up your legs for monetary gains for thousands of men in front of a camera for millions of other men to watch. Ain't no way. Ain't no way you will get that same level of respect of a modest woman. Get that shit out of your mind right now. If you're willing to do a shit ton of OnlyFans or you're willing to go on that casting couch, get that shit out of your fucking mind. Because at least the men of value, including myself, no way in fucking hell I would take you seriously. No way. No way. You will be a hit it and quit it. You will be a hit it and quit it. I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead ass serious. I'm tired of motherfuckers. I'm tired of them trying to put all these low value, low life fucking females on the fucking biggest pedestal that they can find. Why? Why? Like I'm serious. Just because they could bust it wide open, you're gonna treat them like the Queen of England? You should be drop kicked in the fucking jaw if you, as a man, are treating these low life women like they're fucking queens like that. You should be drop kicked in the fucking jaw. And this is why I say, gentlemen, and I'm sure that you guys have been seeing my community posts of the information I've been giving you. What benefit does a man have when it comes to marriage in 2022? What benefit does a man have when it comes to being in a relationship in 2022? I don't see it. I don't see it whatsoever, especially the most recent one that said that a woman is able to sue you if you get her pregnant, whether she gave consent or not. If she didn't give consent, yeah, I agree. She should sue. She should sue that man to oblivion if she did not give consent. But if she did give consent and she can turn around and sue you anyway, that's some bullshit. Bullshit. And I guarantee you, on top of the suing that she's going to give you, remember, just realize, gentlemen, the baby isn't even born yet. The baby's not even born yet. She can sue you for getting her pregnant. That's the law that they're trying to. That's the bill that they're trying to pass. She can sue you while being pregnant, and then on top of that, she can still get child support. She can still get child support. Ain't that some shit? So that will give more incentive for these sneaky conniving fucking females, Cardi B, to go and drug men and take advantage of them. This is why I say, gentlemen, you need to practice that D discipline because right now, right now these days, they're not playing. They're not playing right now. They will try to extort you as with as many ways as possible to get into your fucking wallet. I know I'm not saying anything crazy. I'm just letting you guys know that right now, when it comes to the dating market, they're really trying their best to make it heavily against men. Heavily against men. What say do you have? We don't have any say in the divorce courts unless the mother is literally a complete piece of shit. We have no say in the family courts unless the mother is a complete piece of shit. Now we have no say whatsoever whether the mother is a complete piece of shit or not if she goes to an abortion clinic. And now these women are able to sue, or they're trying to do that. They're trying to make it so that women can sue if you get her pregnant. See, this is one of the few things where I completely agree with what Cesspool says before. This has to be by design. This can't be a coincidence. Literally trying to separate the genders and all that stuff. I'm talking about men and women. I ain't talking about the other 500 fucking genders people want to talk about. Because ain't no way a man with common sense will even get close to a woman at that point. Because right now, if that, hypothetically, if that bill gets passed, gentlemen, she can literally try to pull a Drake, steal your condom, inject your zinc inside her, and sue you. Look, he just said it right now. See, he said it before me. Minnesota Jew said that. She can sperm jack, then sue. It is insane. It is nonsense. It is nonsense. So when it comes to 2022, before I go into that, if you want to support your boy Sir Yeetus of the Warband, I know Eva Herman already super chatted me today. Thank you very much, man. There are two links on top of the chat. Best possible way to donate. That is Cash App and PayPal. Okay. That's the best possible way because the money goes directly to me. But you can go through Super Chat or you can do Super Thanks. If you can't donate, it does not matter as long as you listen to what I have to say. But I do appreciate all you guys that has donated for the last couple months. I'm telling you, gentlemen, I see a big difference when it comes to the donations. Like, it threw me off guard. I already have 2-3 different artwork in the process. One of them, Gecko Ninja, I talked to him today. He is definitely working on some good stuff. He's working on some good stuff. It will be near the end of the month. We will have a couple of new animations. It's gonna be great. Oh, it's gonna be great, and it's all thanks to you guys. Believe me, I definitely appreciate it. It's gonna look sick, and I will not change the outro of my videos because ever since the beginning, the OGs and people right now that are watching my videos said that do not change the outro, the one where Skeletor goes into that mirror and he punches out the mirror. I would never change that. But we'll see what I can do when it comes to changing the intro. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we're able to spice things up when it comes to that. But holy fuck, you guys are phenomenal when it comes to sponsoring this goddamn channel. What I saw when it comes to this month, how much you guys donated, wow. That threw me off guard. That's at least 5 new artworks that I can invest in. I am humbled. And on top of that, I am definitely appreciative of you guys giving a fuck about my channel. I'm telling you guys, I ain't trying to make you guys feel good or whatever. This is coming from the heart. It has been a very good few months for me. That is not going to stop either. I'm very close to 10,000 subs. I only got 300 subs away. And then I'm gonna get as many big names as possible to come join the 10K special. Best believe that. Mr. Pliskin, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the donation, man. You donate all the time anyway. Before Khalifa became a double monkey backflip specialist, she worked at a Whataburger while being 50 pounds overweight. Yeah, she was definitely overweight. You know, I ain't gonna take that away from her that she was able to lose the weight, but after she lost the weight and she got addicted to the compliments and stuff, that's what she said herself. This is what she said. That's not what I'm saying. She said as soon as she got addicted to the compliments, she did not want to let that go. And that was one of her main causes of her going to the adult industry. So just putting it out there. I'm seeing all you guys in chat right now. Love the support, man. I love it. And I thought that the channel wouldn't be taken seriously because, once again, I'm a very serious channel. I'm not the guy that roasts. I'm not the guy that makes like 10 fucking jokes and shit. I am nitty gritty. I am to the point. And I'm sure you guys see it all the time on my shorts as well. So the fact that I'm getting this much support, even though I'm not really trying to be funny, right? I'm funny like once in a blue moon, but it's just insane. It's just I kind of sound like think before you sleep at times. Now that I think about it, but I think it's because of the nature of the seriousness of the content. You know, we ain't trying to make you guys laugh. You know, we're just trying to give you guys as much information as possible and give you guys my perspective on the situation, on the topic. So, but it's crazy that I'm almost 10K just doing that alone. The most funny I am, you just gotta watch my What series. I guess that's the funniest I can get. But hey, we got somebody right now. The one, the only. Greg Ghost, what's going on?
Oh, good evening, Warband. Hey, time bends together. Not that far off. I'm like, oh, counting down. Better get ready for the stream. I blink and it's like, why is the hour say 8 instead of 7?
I knew you were asleep, but hey, I was ready to do my thing, man. I thought you weren't gonna join, but I'm glad you did join, because now we got another perspective on this current topic. I'm going to explain my perspective when it comes to the rent versus lease. And once again, chat, it is not renting an apartment or leasing a fucking house. No. It's about dealing with women while single and deal with women while you're married. I'm talking about when it comes to resources. When it comes to being single, gentlemen, for the most part, it's a shit ton. I mean, a shit ton. Way less cheaper than being married. Because worst comes to worst, right? Worst comes to worst, and I personally wouldn't do it. But let's say if you guys go to the club or whatever, yeah, you might buy her a drink or two. Yeah, you get your machismo going or your charisma going, and you take her back for the night, and then you blow her back out. And then you disappear. Ghosts, gone. The most that costs you less what? $40, $30? Now imagine putting a ring on that finger, and before putting the ring on that finger, you have to put in or invest $30,000 at least on the fucking wedding itself. And then you have no choice but to constantly give your resources to her, the children, the house, any type of things that needs to get fixed or reformed or etc. for the next rest of your life or until she divorces you. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
That's basically it. Like, they price themselves out of the market in terms of relationship commitment. Because even if it's not 100% free, it's 1/1000th the price. And if you ask, like, hey, would you rather get this drink for $20 or $20,000? Everyone, regardless of whether they even like the drink to begin with, is going to pick the cheap option.
But how ironic. How ironic that when she hits a certain age and when she hits the wall, let's say when she hits the wall, she expects good men, right? Good men out there that probably doesn't even know anything about the red pill or whatever, to pay premium price for something that me, Ribby, Chronic, probably Gray, because Gray's old enough, right? I don't know if Gray he's in the club scene or not often. We can get all that shit for little price or literally for free. We got the snatch almost effortless. But the good guy, when she hits the wall and men like us don't want her anymore, she expects a good average man like a I should say like a rich simp, right? Or a somewhat rich simp to pay premium price. That is some shit. But that's what I'm saying. Oh, what's up?
The female perception of time is very different from us guys. Like, they're constantly in the moment of the present. So they don't have this idea that they'd be less valuable. They think, oh, well, I like me more. I feel a certain way. Objective reality is not something that crosses their mind. Essentially, the older they get, the more stories they have to tell. Therefore, the more valuable they think of themselves.
Agree, which is worse. Like, I got a few more videos, gentlemen, that I do plan on making as shorts. We got literally women in their fucking 50s trying to shame men of how men are not interacting in the dating market. And yeah, she's black. Her masculine energy is through the fucking roof. See, gentlemen, you already know, but I'm gonna have to vent. How many times do you have to tell females these days that you act like a fucking man is one of the worst or the worst turnoff you can do to another man? I couldn't. It's like fucking a dude with a vagina. I couldn't do that. What's up, bro? What's up, dude? Hey, my N-word. Hey, why you gotta be like that, bruh? And fucking raising their voice and clapping their hands and all that crazy shit.
Yeah,
How can they not comprehend that's a turnoff?
Because for so many guys, it's not. Like, yeah, it's a turnoff to the guys that they want, but they don't differentiate between the guys that they want and the guys that they don't want until it's actually in person. If they get 1,000 compliments saying, oh my god, yes, queen, slay, step on me, mommy, dominate me, peg me, like, they're thinking like, oh, that's just men saying that. Not, this is men that I don't like and would never get anywhere near willingly. Just, oh, hey, men like me.
But it's crazy how shocked and confused they act when you turn around and you're like, who the fuck you think you're talking to? Like, who are you to, like, clap in my face, or who are you to fucking raise your voice at me? I don't even let my homeboys raise their voice at me. What makes you so fucking special?
Well, clearly the gash between their legs.
Dumb.
They're accustomed to being treated better than men. And yet at the same time, they also believe that men are treated better than they are because they like men more than they like women.
That is true, but it's insane. You know, it is not just a black community; it's all women in the West, all of them. It is getting bad out there, gentlemen. It is getting very bad to the point where, once again, it's becoming more and more common that equal rights and lefts is being practiced. It's becoming way more common these days. Because ain't no fucking way. If I'm not gonna let a grown ass dude come in my face, what makes you think I'm gonna let some fucking 5'2" gremlin come at me the same way? Hell no. I want to preach that you're strong, independent, empowered, don't need a man. I'm just as strong as a man. Blah 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 blah. All right, let me give you the 2-piece extra crispy.
Yeah, well, like you saw it today in that short you pushed with the push-ups. Like, that's the thing. They go through the illusion of the motion, and so long as people applaud them and cheer them, like that's all they care about. They just care about the social approval and whatever tangible, like whatever reward they can get, primarily socially for it. Like they don't actually care about the actual results.
I'm so triggered by that video. Just saying. I'm so triggered. Like, once again, you know, military myself, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no man. Oh shit. Oh, she was doing the fucking worm and shit and they had a whole celebration of it. I would have smoked the dog shit out of all of them. All of them. Like, you weak fucks. You can at least give me 5 correct push-ups. I completely lower the standard like it's not even funny. You like they wouldn't even be able to give me 5 correct push-ups because it's about how they feel. It's about how much of a participation trophies that everybody's able to get just because they participated. And like I said in that short as well, that type of mentality fuels the fire like crazy. It's like a it's like a grease tank or a grease truck crashing into a gasoline truck, and it fuels so much the delusion of women today because of that mentality that you saw in that short.
Yeah, it's like a little girl's hosting a tea party, and you expect there to be like actual food and drink there.
Agreed. Like, what the fuck? And I knew Herman was gonna trigger. I knew Herman was gonna get triggered by it. She didn't even do one good push-up. No, she didn't even do push-ups. She was doing some weird dance. I wouldn't even say she was doing a push-up.
Well, she definitely wasn't doing a push-up. Like,
drop to your knees if it's that difficult. Because I know majority of women when they do push-ups, I'm talking about in the military, they drop to their knees to complete the push-up to keep their back straight and stuff. But no, because she had her girlfriends, her little besties, she thought that she was hot shit. And I'm telling you, gentlemen, that mentality is no good for her in the future because she will bite off more than she can chew when it comes to athletics, or she will piss off the wrong man in the future.
Yeah, or honestly, you could see her do that and ask, "How many push-ups did you do?" And then when she gives you the number, then you ask, "Okay, how many times you been fucked?" Both numbers are going to be the same level of bullshit.
How dare you? How dare you ask me that?
Well, any number she gives you is going to be absolute bullshit because if she thinks that's a push-up, what does she think having sex is?
These days, you got to times it by 7 about how many bodies she got. But I'm going to read Dax the dog. Thank you for the generous $10 donation. Thank you very much. Any guy who will willingly marry a Puniti star might as well sign the divorce papers during the ceremony. Pretty much, but I'm telling you, that man is already defeated, or that man is already desperate if it gets to that point.
Yeah, like at that point, the man is basically just having an elaborate ceremony to hand over half of his stuff and get the shit kicked out of him.
Bingo. And Minnesota Jude, she will make the platoon weaker. Hey, believe me, I will make a live stream about the downfall of the strength of the military, pretty much. Like we are going down exponentially. Yeah, we got the technology, but what happens if the technology won't get us to our goal? You really gonna expect a bunch of GI Janes, which they're not GI Janes, they're pretending to be GI Janes, to go up in there to China or Russia or Ukraine and get shit done? Hell no. I'm sure no, you guys probably didn't hear it. There was a Brazilian model that thought that she can hang with the crew in Ukraine, and she went over there. She went over there, a Brazilian model. She went over to Ukraine to fight for the mercenaries. 3 weeks later, dead.
Like, I'll be completely honest, I wouldn't even trust them to pilot robots remotely. Like, if you replaced every soldier in the military with, like, a VR responsive suit so that you're basically just controlling a humanoid robot and you're not actually present on the battlefield, I still wouldn't fucking trust them to do it.
The only thing I can trust them is do the non-combative jobs, and if they are going to do combatives, sniper. Because there are a few decent snipers throughout history that were women.
Yeah, but when you can count the amount of successful female soldiers without running out of fingers, I wouldn't say you can exactly trust them.
Well, no, but if they're not within the actual battlefield, they're just like hanging out in the back and picking people off. Okay, that is more trustworthy than them being side by side with me when shit gets real.
I don't know. I see the aim of female cops. I'm not willing to put my back to a woman with a gun.
I'm just saying straight up snipers. Snipers, far away.
Yeah, yeah. Guess what? Snipers far away. I'm more than willing to assume that they're going to shoot my ass in the back than the enemy. It's a 50-50 toss-up.
See, I'm saying that's the only combative jobs I see them doing pretty decent. I see them doing pretty good. Not all. I'm not saying that all of them are great shooters, but the ones that qualify and the one that actually, and they do have to qualify before they even become a sniper in the first place, you know. And there's few female snipers anyway. That's the only time I can trust them being within the battlefield without being in the battlefield. They're like way in the back. I can trust them to do that. But anything else, they could be nurses, they could be accountants, they can do the pushing papers, they can do logistics. There's plenty of things they can do in the military, but being side by side with me, I'm talking about in the trenches.
You see women run companies and you're going to trust them to run the military with paperwork?
Yes, because more than likely than not, there is a man in charge.
The only reason that you're going to trust them to run logistics in the back is because you literally cannot find a man to do their job.
True, but like I said before, with my experience, there's usually a male commander in charge. So they're going to be held in a higher standard when it comes to that. So they don't have a choice. Like, they can't slack off per se, even though a good amount of them do slack off in certain areas. I can't really say on here.
Look, if I need a male to be breathing down their neck in order to get baseline productive function, I'd much rather just get a man. Quite frankly, a woman fucking up on a platoon level in the battlefield is going to cause a hell of a lot fewer casualties than a woman fucking up your supply lines.
True, but once again, like with my experience, bodies are bodies, whether you have a vagina or a penis. But I'd rather much have them do all that shit out there than to them be right beside me and not able to carry my ass outside the fucking battlefield if I get injured or something like that. Or they freak out because there's artillery strikes or an airstrike or a ballistic missile strike. I'd much rather them do all that non-combative shit in the back, preferably nursing and behavioral health, or once again, right? It's usually what they go for. Usually, when they go for jobs that are more social.
Yeah, you're not going to want them for nursing either because they still need to be able to carry your ass and they can't.
So there's combat nurses and there's just nurses in the military. So
no, I'm not talking about combat. Like if they need to move you from bed A to bed B or from bed A to stretcher B, you're going to need a man or you're going to need 3 times as many women.
There is men over there. I agree. Like I said, personal experience. I'd much rather them be over there. Of course, they can't do it by themselves. If they can't drag me out of the fucking battlefield, they ain't gonna move me from bed A to bed B by themselves. But there's male and female nurses. I agree. But I'd rather them be doing that shit than to accidentally do cold blue on me and put a bullet in the back of my fucking head in the trenches. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I'm saying that all you're doing is reducing the amount of damage that they're doing by participating, not eliminating it.
But once again, I don't think women are dumb. I'm chat right now. I'm not saying that women are dumb. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is their skill set is definitely more preferable in the non-combative roles. As the non-combative roles has been around since the dawn of time, gentlemen, especially when the injured people come back to the tribe so they can get nursed back to health. This has always been happening. But this stuff where, oh yeah, let's just let, people that are transitioning from male to female, let's just let women that feels empowered to go into 11 Bravo, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's let them all come up in here these days. Yeah, let's push them to the combative roles. Yeah, forget about the dynamics and the cohesion and the morale of an all-male group, right? But that one puniti walks right up in there and fucks everything up. Because it's not just about combatives, gentlemen. It's not. That's what pisses me off. I know you guys hear me getting heated. It's not just about going to war. It's a cohesion, and the morale is just going to get out of control. It's going to get fucked up because you already know how it is. It happens in middle school, high school, and college. Whenever there's a woman comes around an all-male group, men act fucking funny, or some of the men act fucking funny. And they want to be the class clown, or they're trying to hit, and then another man's trying to hit, and now these two men are angry, now they find each other, or this woman, she's fucking the entire crew, and now half the crew has super gonorrhea. Or if she gets shot on the battlefield, and of course our instincts are like, oh shit, we hear a woman in pain. Oh shit, that's the one that's in our group. Oh, we need to go save her. Listen, unfortunately, it's hard for a lot of men, right? Because believe it or not, there's simps in the military, to choose the right time, the right moment, and the right predicament to go save her if she got shot. No, they will literally run into the line of fire, and then bam, they're shot, they're dead. There's a lot of issues, gentlemen. There's a lot of issues that I would like to speak on when it comes to the military thing, because once again, I am not saying that they are incapable of being in the military. What I'm saying is it is very high risk, and there are very high liability when it comes to going to direct combat. There's countless proof throughout YouTube.
Look,
Countless.
and I'm just saying straight up that you're still more tolerant to women in the military than I am.
If it was up to me, they wouldn't be there at all. They wouldn't be there at all. But according to the U.S. government, bodies are bodies. So if bodies are bodies, let the bodies that are female be non-combative.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying you don't put them in charge of the logistics. You don't put them in charge of the intelligence. You give them the fucking brain dead code monkey work that by and large would be automated these days. You can't even trust them to be Rosie the Riveter for more than a couple weeks at a time. And you want me to trust the supply lines with them or the code breaking with them?
Once again, I see what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, based on what I've seen personally, the reason why the logistics or whatever it is successful is because people from the battalion or brigade level leadership is able to take control and make sure things get done, and they're usually male. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like,
But
but that's the thing. They're being.
If I see an all-female command, then that's a completely different story.
I just see how they operate in the business world and economics. And I'm like, I don't want female-run business anywhere near the life and death of men.
Wait, repeat that.
I don't want female-run business anywhere near the life and death of men.
Which I completely agree. I completely agree. In fact, I'd much rather than work in garrison stateside, right? That means in the States. When it comes to combat or going overseas, and once again, there is a select few of women that were willing to go above and beyond and actually got shit done. Those women, I'm not going to take away their valor.
Like the only successful remotely, like the only time that I've
majority of them, I do not want them over there. But the ones that were there and the very, very select few that actually got shit done, I won't take that away. But majority of them, they shouldn't be there. They shouldn't be there in combat zones.
The only time I've ever heard of women being effective in a combat zone is after the shooting was done. They were sent in there to pick up every single bullet, every single casing, every single trace that a fight had happened.
Like I said, it's a very select few because I know a female soldier that got into a firefight. Right? One, I said female, not females, female. So let's not get it twisted, chat. One female soldier that was willing to bust back and try to save their team from a IED attack. I don't know how effective she was, but the fact that she was able to get that shit done, she's a complete outlier. Because majority of women I know, hell fucking no, they would not be trying to get into direct fire. Hell no. But like I said, they're the very, 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 very small exceptions. But the majority of them, no. I believe they're not supposed to be anywhere near the combat zones like that, right? There's bases in Germany, and a few bases in Africa. I forgot what it was. Where if a soldier do get severely injured, that's usually the first place that they go during Iraqi freedom and enduring freedom. They can go there. They can go there and help the injured soldiers out. Like, no biggie. And once again, paper pushing jobs, I don't mind. I don't mind them doing that. I really don't. Like, wasn't Queen Elizabeth a nurse or somewhere around there during World War II? I'm pretty sure she was. Let me look. Let me look it up right quick. But what I'm saying is, the when it comes to war, men cannot have any distractions. We cannot have any distractions. We're supposed to be the most baddest motherfuckers out there that's willing to rip a head off at a moment's notice. What I see with today's military today, it is beyond concerning. We have to worry about people's feelings consistently and worry about 500 different fucking genders. And that's not even the end of it. We are getting so soft, it is beyond concerning.
Man, this is why I'm still at the point of no zero tolerance even in the back lines. Do you really need a Me Too incident in your back lines during crunch time?
Hey, it happens all the time. We don't need it, but it happens already.
Not if you take the women out of the logistics.
No, I'm saying
then it doesn't happen.
It's all the time. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like thank Christ that you're not in an actual serious war.
Oh, no, I completely agree. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying, but unfortunately, when it comes to the policies that the Department of Defense has, bodies are bodies. Like,
well, if we're going to declare that bodies are bodies and defer to the policy, then just accept women in your military squad as a liability.
Yeah, it's not me. I'm not the one that's fucking saying that shit.
So if we're gonna say no women should be in the combat field, I say no women should be involved in any controlling part of war, period. If we're talking about an ideal situation, irrespective of current U.S. policy, then we may as well go to the true ideal, which is you get the women out of all military fields, and that maximizes male survival.
Sure, I wish you can take that to the Department of Defense and argue your case.
I wish you could take your argument to get them off the basic battlefield, but you can't.
That's what I'm saying. They'll send you to the front lines instantly if you even try to do that. But how the fuck did I get?
To which I go, hey Vlad, so here's the intel on all my commanders and their personal satellite shit. Oh. So can I get a Kalashnikov or do I get to retire early?
I was wrong. Princess Elizabeth or Queen Elizabeth, she was a driver and mechanic. So in the Army's eyes, she was a 88 Mike. So, and she was told that she was pretty good at it too. I don't know if it's true or not. Like, I haven't seen anything. But like I said, worst comes to worst. If we can't get rid of them off the military completely, the non-combative roles is the best we can do. And once again, even in the non-combative roles, I've seen plenty of issues when it comes to female soldiers. Like, I've seen plenty of issues, and I would not want to get let's just say, gentlemen, even in the military, majority of the female soldiers choose the easiest jobs. And even then, they're still pretty lazy at it. I say majority, not all. Majority of them are pretty fucking lazy at the easiest jobs. I'm going to keep it real. And whenever you call them out on it, they're not going to hesitate to get their simp first line boss to come at you and say, hey, leave her alone, bro. Hey, she knows what she's doing, man. Come on, man. Hey, bro, hey, that's my soldier. That ain't your soldier. Why are you trying to tell her what to do, bro? Hey, man, like that's what's going to happen 99% of the time. So technically she's untouchable. And on top of that, various issues, right, of female soldiers, they will hang the threat of Me Too above soldiers' heads, especially the chain of command.
Well, here's an example. It is non-combat, but there's a rehab center in Ontario by very well known, like really fucking rich people go to it, and they lost most, if not all, of their male nursing staff because the female nursing staff kept accusing them of being sexually inappropriate, and management refused to put security cameras in to verify the innocence of the men, so the men just quit.
Agreed. I completely agree. And back
so I hear like women in non-combat roles. That's what I hear. I hear Me Too movements and disruptions for essential personnel, which is one thing when it's a rehab center, which people are getting fucked up because of that. But then when you actually have combat situations, like for every one male nurse you take out, you need 3 women to do the exact same physical labor.
And once again, I completely agree. I know personally of situations like that, but I can't explain the situation, unfortunately, because I will dox myself. But I have seen and I have dealt with, I've known people that went through the Me Too situation in the military. Okay, and it's not fucking pretty. It's not. Gentlemen, it's not surprising, right? Guilty till proven innocent. And it's 100 times worse in the military. Seriously. You can't even get a word in without getting fucking dismantled by the people in charge of the investigation of the Me Too altercation. It's not cool. It's not cool. Which is why I'm not saying I disagree with Gray. I'm not saying I disagree with him. But with the reality of what's happening right now, worst comes to worst, we set them to the non-combative roles. But even then, what do they really do per se, right? Because there's finance jobs, there's behavioral health jobs, there's nursing jobs, there's paper pushing jobs, there's logistic jobs, there's driving jobs. All these other jobs are non-combative roles, right? Like you guys
honestly, I say like you're still listing off jobs where it is far superior to have a man. I say we just put them in the factories. Like straight up, like, look, you are going to do quality control and manufacturing of bullets.
Well, great. I'm just saying, I'm just explaining my experience and the reality of what's happening right now. Hypothetical stuff, I completely agree, but I'm just saying right now what we can do currently with our current situation.
But we can't. That's the issue. We can't change any of it. Even removing them from combat roles is something that we can't do in the current situation.
That's why I'm explaining what's happening or the solutions that we can do, the fact that we can't get rid of them. That's what I was going for.
Man, we're going in circles over this.
I'm saying that's what I was going for. Even though it's not the best idea, it's the best we can do right now.
No, but sorry, I'll just try one more time.
We had the power. We will definitely do what you.
But we don't even have. But we don't even have the power to do what you're saying.
No, it's happening right now. That's what I said. The most recent combative roles happened around 3.5 years ago. It's still fresh. For the longest, since women were implemented into the military force, all they had to do was non-combative jobs. That's been happening since forever. That's what I was going for. That's what I was trying to explain. You get what I'm saying?
I'm not entirely sure I am.
Okay. We will definitely are you willing to do a stream on this in the future?
We can try a deeper dive. Like I think that like either I'm not understanding what you're saying or you're not understanding what I'm saying. There's some sort of communication error there.
So
like I don't think we disagree, but there's just something about the semantics that we can't get aligned on here. That's all.
Well, to conclude, if we had the power, they would not be in the military. But unfortunately, they're in the military right now, and currently more and more women are going to combat roles, which I believe is a horrible idea. But since the Ever since women were able to get into the military, all they've done was non-combatant roles, right? So I'm going off of that when it comes to the solutions that I was trying to say, because it's still happening. The combative roles for women is still fresh, and I think it's a horrible idea.
And I'm in complete agreement that it's a horrible idea. I just think that it's just part of the slow erosion of it.
Oh, we already. Yeah, don't get me
started.
They've
been given increasingly important roles in the military.
Oh yeah,
because like the closest that I'm even to being remotely acceptable is World War II. Like where it was like, women, you need to go into the factories because we literally need to throw every male body into the battlefield. We're not choosing you because we think you're better suited to this. We're choosing you because we have literally no other choice.
So pretty much bodies.
But that's the thing. I would rather have a factory running with 50 to 80% women than have a single woman in charge of logistics on the military side.
I completely agree. I'm address this right quick. And even then, women in combat are different than men. That's what I said before. That's what things I disagree with the most. The cohesion and morale of an all-male unit will be completely dismantled and destroyed if there's at least one female soldier in there.
And that's the thing. I apply that the exact same to office work or any sort of non-combative position in the military. One female in the dynamic fucks it up.
I agree. I agree 1,000,000%. I agree. It can go. It can definitely apply to all workspaces, especially the workspaces is predominantly male. I 1,000,000% agree. I've seen it all the time.
Yeah. So, like that's why I have like as close to a zero tolerance policy as possible. And I'm like, look, if we seriously cannot get a male fucking toddler to do the job, then okay, I'll accept a woman.
Well, damn.
I mean, like let me put it this way. Who would you trust to deliver fresh, clean paintbrushes to you if you're on a deadline for an artistic project? A woman or an 8-year-old male child? You have to think about it. At the very least, you have to think about it.
I know. I'm more realistic. I'll trust a 16-year-old teenager male.
No, I'm talking 8-year-old.
I know I'm talking 8-year-old, but being more realistic, I agree what you're saying, right? I had to think about it. But to be more realistic, 16-year-old male, I would trust more.
No, but like, straight up, that was a thing in the Renaissance. Like when you were like as a male going into a workshop, like your apprenticeship started basically as soon as you could walk around, carry shit, and follow orders.
That's true, but I was applying to the rules today, so.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
Yeah, I know child labor's illegal these days. We have to put them through indoctrination centers for 20 years of productive time. Fucking standards. A couple thousand kids get their limbs torn off working in dangerous jobs, and all of a sudden, we can't make kids work anymore.
Oh shit! But before we
works for China. China seems to have no problem.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, you like your shoes? Chances are a kid with a single-digit age made that.
Oh, definitely. I agree. But before we continue our topic, because we went way off. If you want to support your boy Sir Yeetus, the 2 links are on top of the chat: Cash App and PayPal. Best ways to donate because it goes directly to me. But you can also super chat or super thanks, okay? Any type of donation is appreciated, but if you cannot donate, I don't give a shit. I really don't. As long as you listen to what me and Gray have to say, that's all that matters, all right? See, this is what happens once in a while when me and Gray have any type of disagreements. Shit gets real. but we can always have an understanding at the end of the day. And that's what was been missing for the last fucking week. Like people aren't goddamn trying to get some type of middle ground, and that was beyond annoying. Like fuck. We can have some type of middle ground. Why aren't you guys trying to fucking like truly hash it out? Like you like just you're strong with your point, and you're strong with your point, and nobody's budging. Like why can't you just say agree to disagree? No, like you a lot of people were willing to fucking rip each other's faces off. It's crazy to me. As men, we should be able to get to the root of the problem and resolve it.
Well, as I said a couple times, I think a lot of it comes with emotions will run hot, and we can't expect that compromise to come immediately in the moment. The more dispassionate one is about the topic, yeah, the easier that is to come. But when you hit a sensitive spot for a dude, it's unreasonable to expect them to be able to completely shut down all emotions and be able to view it objectively within the span of a couple minutes. It might take a day or two to sleep on it.
I see what you're saying. On some Bill Burr shit, like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that shit back there. Maybe he was right on these points. But let us continue the overall discussion, because I've noticed with the military talk we lost like 30, 40 fucking viewers. What's up with this G.I. Joe talk, bro? I'm anti-military, John Lennon. So when it comes to rent versus lease, the thing I'm trying to say is when it comes to modern women these days, they really have the audacity and the hypocrisy and the narcissism to go and hop on as many dudes that she's deemed attractive for literally for free. Like she would literally walk into the dorm or the apartment of the house and rip her clothes off and do some crazy, wild fucking shit that Chad and Tyrone never seen before, right? Or they probably have, right? Because their experience. But when it comes to them hitting the wall, like late 20s, early 30s, all of a sudden when they look for a good man, he has to pay a premium price for a shit ton of men who pass didn't even have to work for. What do you have to say about that?
Actually, I think that our 1993 beat me to the point. I think that a good example would be escorts, because, let's be honest here. What exactly are you renting or leasing the woman for? Is it for pure sexual release, and you absolutely need a female body to achieve that? Well, there's certainly easier options than signing half your assets away. Bingo. Do you need a woman just for social functions? Maybe you require having a female on your arm as some sort of status symbol to advance at work. There are services where you can rent that shit and you don't have to deal with her bitching about how the countertops need to be changed.
Agreed. Just like what Patrice O'Neal says. Pay her to leave. R.I.P. Patrice O'Neal.
And if you're like, well, if I just want to feel loved, it's like, dude, we live in an age with so many parasocial relationships. You're probably going to get more kind words out of sending a red super chat than you will spending $150 at a restaurant.
Agreed. It's like getting a 24-inch Philly cheesesteak from a broken down place, but it tastes fucking amazing, especially at that moment. But you go to a 5-star fucking Michelin star restaurant, whatever it is, and they gave you a sliver of fucking sirloin and just a little bit of cheese whiz, and they charge you $500 for it. It's fucked up.
Yeah, and then when it comes to the question of kids, there's surrogates. It's not going to be that long before Rent-A-Womb becomes popular.
I'm telling you, gentlemen, it's going to get to that point. It's just, I'm telling you, it's going to get to the point where men are just like, you know what? Fuck marriage and fuck relationships. I just want to have a child to raise. But by that point, women will be freaking the fuck out. There ain't going to be a big crowd of men doing that, because if it was a gigantic crowd, the government would not be happy. If men are like, fuck relationships, fuck this, fuck that, pretty much means that. Oh, what's up?
The government right now, they're the ones getting in the way of all solutions, because at the end of the day, the government needs men to be subsidizing women.
Agreed. Which is why, and I'm gonna say this right now. Which is why I've seen a couple of you guys on that one girl stream where she has around 400k subs, 400k views on how she debunked the red pill and MGTOW and all that stuff. Holy fuck. I never laughed so much in my life. She doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She's making her own spin of what the red pill, MGTOW, and that she puts her own definitions in that shit. And then she says that we're wrong and we're overreacting. Even though we have the stats, the data, you could walk outside and see why men go their own way. But when it comes to channels like mine, or Graves, or Chronics, or whoever it is, we actually speak the truth of what's happening when it comes to the dating market or the dynamics between men and women in 2022.
Oh God, I'm sorry. The amount of fucking times I've seen an argument in the past week where it's like, well, I don't see this as evidence for, well, this doesn't exist. It's like, I mean, I guess that these people must be new here or something, because like one of the big ones that I've gotten into a common argument is, and Yeetus, I've shown you this. Like, I don't see people being like reacting negatively to being disenfranchised in the existing voting system. Like, you don't? Really?
We always got to deal with dummies like that, okay? Because at the end of the day, women, they want to infiltrate our groups. Simps, they want to infiltrate our groups. They want to make their own spin so it can fit their narrative. When it comes to, there's incels, these men can't get bitches, these men are gay, blah blah blah. They really think that's going to help their cause, but newsflash, that's just gonna make MGTOW, red pill, or black pill, whatever it is, to grow. Because they're going to visit our channels, and they'll be like, holy shit, they're actually speaking some fucking sense. I'm not even just talking about the mainstream channels like Fed and Fraud. If they eventually hit the Warband or Hammerhand or wherever it is that actually is there for the betterment of men, it's just going to backfire. It's just going to, the philosophy is just going to spread even more.
Oh, sorry. R1993. Think about name one invention women created that doesn't involve children. Oh, wait. I believe technically Tupperware.
Nagging?
No. I think he was referring to like actual inventions. But literally, Tupperware is the only one that comes to mind. It's like, dude, you got to give a higher you got to give a number higher than 1 for that.
But in all seriousness, gentlemen, you need to understand why. And you once again, you saw my recent post. You saw it. They're trying to pass bills since they're freaking out still about the Roe v. Wade. To where whether she gives a consent or not, she's able to sue you. The baby's not even out yet. So what does that mean? On top of that, she's able to get child support as well. So She can already sue you, take majority of your shit. And on top of that, put you on a payroll for 18 to 21 years. And they act all confused on why men are walking away.
I think that they're just amazed that, holy shit, men have a spine? What?
That is true. That is true. It's crazy because, okay, I'm asking chat. There's no poll needed for this shit. Chat, isn't it crazy where women automatically know where the good men are when they hit the wall? I repeat, isn't it crazy where women automatically know where the good men are when they hit the wall?
Well, yeah, that's because they've been keeping the good men the same place that they keep that 3-week-old takeout dinner that they keep meaning to get around to trying.
True, but what I'm saying is, for the majority of their young adult life in their prime, you're completely invisible to them. Hell, it can last until their mid to late 30s. Completely invisible to them if you're a good average dude. And all of a sudden, when she realized Chad and Tyrone don't want me anymore, automatically she already knows your phone number, your social media, your social security number, your birth certificate, all that shit. Automatically.
Oh, they're keeping up. Like, they can't exactly just look at Chad and Tyrone all day. They might not even have all the social media stuff. If you've been keeping your socials up and present and you are even remotely interesting, guarantee there's some female in your social circle that's been stalking you.
Oh, agreed. Ever since 2020, gentlemen, I had 6 women in my past hit me up. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. And I'm very good at hiding my information. I don't know how the fuck they got to me, but they were able to contact me.
Chronic wants to know how much further you're going, man.
Under Chronic. Oh, hold up. Let me see. Did he message me? No, I don't think he messaged me. Under Chronic, when do you plan on streaming? Let me know. Let me know when you plan on streaming.
Yeah. He's asking how much longer you going, so he's in the chat.
It depends on when he's streaming because I can go on for another hour. I can definitely cut it short. Like this isn't really, that important. I just want to put out the difference between rent and fucking leasing. Gentlemen, why will you lease a used up fucking puniti that literally has the ghosts of millions of fucking children up in there? Like, why will you even bother to put a ring on that and pay for that shit for the rest of your life? And there goes Chad and Tyrone laughing at your ass because she came over every day, sometimes 2 times in one day, to get her back blown out in all orifices. I can't even say the word. Like, I'm telling you, gentlemen, women are freaky as shit when it comes to Chad and Tyrone. They're freaky as fuck. Woo!
Like, let's be honest, you're not going to pay full price for a car that still has the taxi decal on it.
Agreed. And great, once again, we saw a good example of what Undead Chronic did with that one girl. We already have the evidence.
Oh god, yeah, that one.
Yes.
I was like, wait, which is he talking about? I was like, oh, the one that actually did get a decal.
Yeah. How far women will go, gentlemen. How far women will go. Okay, how do I say? Modern women's degeneracy knows no bounds, gentlemen. Knows no bounds. There's not a line that she will not cross for the status, respect, power, resources. But once she can't get those powerful men or those good-looking men to look her way anymore, the audacity that you have to pay full price. Think about that, gentlemen.
Keep in mind, it's not just the shit that they will do. It's the shit that they are willing to be filmed doing as well. I've seen the footage.
I completely agree. See, that's why I'm telling you, gentlemen. The popularity of OnlyFans is only getting bigger. It's only getting bigger, and it's only getting worse. The fact that there are and what's his name? Critical. He explained it. I think it was yesterday. He put out the video of OnlyFans of how they're the top earning women on OnlyFans are getting paid more than the top athletes right now. I repeat, the top earning women on OnlyFans are earning more than the top athletes right now. Millions. I mean, millions per month. This is why I say I underestimate the power of the simpatry. I underestimate the amount of simps are out there. That's completely my fault. Holy shit. They're earning millions just to take their pants off and bend it over. What the fuck? And they want to talk about that they're oppressed in the West? Literally, there's instances. I got a couple of friends that are high school teachers. They already have the students talking about, oh yeah, when it comes to college plans, I don't have a college plan. I'm planning on going on OnlyFans. It's going to get so much worse, gentlemen. It's not. I'm telling you, gentlemen, it's going to get bad. And once she isn't able to get that type of attention from the Simps anymore, where she can't get the same amount of money, same amount of fame or status, she will try her best to cover up her past, all the things that she's done when it comes to OnlyFans and other things. But you have to pay for that used up who needs you for the rest of your life. Just think on it. Just think on it.
Well, not entirely. You got to pay for it for the rest of her life.
All right, we're not going down that road. Not going down that road. I already said enough for me to get Susan. Okay, I don't want to give her one more reason. But
hey, like, there's no saying that she's not gonna start extracting the money from your estate if you die. Like, just because you die doesn't mean that money's gonna stop going to her.
That is true. That is true. But at the end of the day, gentlemen, at the end of the day, we need to understand. We need to understand that, at least in the West, the juice, and once again, I will emphasize this for the rest of the time that I'm on YouTube, the juice is not worth the squeeze anymore in the West. It's not. Our time, our era, when it comes to the dating market, will live in infamy in the future. Guaranteed. Do you agree, Gray?
You mean this current one right now?
Yes. When the pendulum swings right back, and strong men has to come back and take over society. This era, if we keep up with history, will live in infamy. The 2010s will live in infamy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be definitely remembered as a very dark time.
But
how much you want to bet many of these big e-thought names are going to become curses in the future? They're going to become the new slang to describe an undesirable woman.
Not that many, right?
And I'm thinking like chat mentions like Amarath. Like if you said to a daughter who's like goes outside exposing her ankles, Like, what, you trying to go full Amarath on me?
All right, I see what you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, man. But I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to feel very bad for Gen Alpha.
I already feel bad for Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha will have to carry the burdens of Arson's hardcore, because I believe if things doesn't happen now, it will happen within their lifetime.
Yeah,
like, talking about
some of
crazy shit.
I'm seeing mixed results. Like, it really depends who raises them these days. Some of them are like are kind of based. I've seen some of that, but they're also the kind who like get out and about and don't spend all day on a computer.
But what I'm saying is not only who raises them, but war, which will get more prevalent in the future, the economy, if it doesn't get even worse as it is right now, the degeneracy, if it doesn't get as more worse than it is right now, I think Gen Alpha will be living in a crazier time than we are right now, if they get old enough.
You know, you got me trying to imagine exactly how much crazier it's necessarily going to get.
You know, the people that are trying to make a certain movement normal, if you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, a certain 3-letter acronym to replace a word that they don't want to be associated with, but absolutely describes them.
Agreed. Which I am also. Hold up. Well, now that I think about it, half of Alpha is already castrated. Well, now that I think about it, fuck. Man is right.
You ain't wrong.
Fuck. Yeah, with, millennial / Gen Z's talking about, oh yeah, my formathole is a trans now. Oh man, I feel bad for Gen Alpha.
Yep.
I feel so bad.
Yeah, we're going to look back on this entire practice the same way that we look at lobotomies nowadays.
Agree. Actually, that's a good comparison. I agree.
Can't claim originality for that, but yeah.
Holy shit. Gentlemen, brace yourselves. If you plan on having kids, I'm telling you right now, please do not have them in the States. Like, I know a lot of you guys don't have a choice. So if you choose to have them, homeschool them at least. Like, it's literally, in my opinion, the government and the media will going to have so much overreach. It's not going to be funny.
Like, rule of thumb is if the town you're in has a 5-digit population or bigger, it's too big.
Way too big. If for some reason, God forbid, I accidentally get a kid here, I hopefully it's a son, first off. Number 2, that kid will be mine. It will not stay with the mother. Let's just say that. We will be living in the middle of nowhere in a fucking urban area. I will literally
rural area.
A rural. Sorry, I fucked up. A rural area, and I would definitely hone my craft when it comes to farming. If the government isn't overreaching as it is at that point.
But yeah, honestly, guys, like get seeds while you still can, and learn how to harvest seeds from your plants. Don't be relying on your garden centers and mail order stuff to provide seeds anymore.
Agreed, because like I said before, gentlemen, and I said it in the meme that I posted this morning. I think it was this morning or yesterday. Let me know what time. where women talking about that relationship weight when they gain weight over time, when they get into a relationship. I'm like, you ladies cannot comprehend. You ladies cannot comprehend that all of you rely on men to feed you. Majority of you just too oblivious to notice that. All of you rely on men, or at least 99% of you rely on men to fucking eat in the United States.
No, it's 100% because there is no significant number of women that are contributing entirely to the food supply line. All women rely on men to have a meal before them.
No, I would. Yeah, the only people I was thinking about is the female farmers because I know there's female farmers out there.
That's yeah, but they're still dependent on a male supply line to get their stuff.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'll say 100%. I agree. I was being too generous. 100% of females rely on men to fucking eat. The female farmers, in my opinion, is, how do I say, could survive the longest depending on their supply and depending on what they do with their current farm. But 99% of women, they will literally starve to death without a man. Please tell me a woman that knows how to fucking immediately hunt, immediately cook, know where to get clean water sources, knowing how to get, cook the meat at a certain temperature so you can get all the parasites and bacteria out. All this other nonsense. Do they know how to gut these certain animals? Do you know where to get grains and fruits and veggies?
You're not even getting to the main point. Do they even know how to get the animal back home after they've killed it?
No, because they're not. If it's one person, hell no. Not even a man usually is strong enough. I'm talking about average man is able to take a whole deer back. But
like they're probably just gonna, like, at best they're hunting partridge.
Right. Even in a group of women, they will struggle to get that, that deer or that elk back into camp. So yeah, I agree that they need a man for that as well.
Like you need 3 women to move a large dog. You're gonna need like at least 5 to move a small deer.
Do they even know how to preserve meat? That's another question.
Do they even know to drain the blood on site to reduce the weight?
Nope. No, I do not know one woman that knows how to do that. Their husbands know how to do that.
Yeah, I didn't even learn that from hunting. I learned that from reading fucking trash light novels.
I like what Bootleg said. 100% of women know that water comes from the sea.
2 seconds.
They will be dead within a week. Agreed. Like I said, society became way too comfortable, and now we know their true nature, how they truly feel about us, right? Because it is a good indication, right? Even if it's between men, how another man would treat you if he doesn't even need you at that point. Right? So let's say like you help somebody create a business and then eventually that friend becomes the same level as you when it comes to success. Then you know how that friend will truly treat you or not. I'll say the same application can be put on women these days when it comes to a very comfortable society.
Yeah. Back just had to take a phone call real quick.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. And once again, Kevin Samuels. That one video that he made with that woman where he says, "Hey, do you truly know how to survive? Where are you going to get fresh water?" She said the ocean. I was laughing for about an hour.
And then you could see him just about be like to give her away the answers. Like, okay, well, what are you going to do with the water to make it good to drink? Boil it. Well, how are you? Really? Is that it? That what you're gonna do with it? Because he was about to ask, like, what are you gonna use to catch the condensation? But then he realized she might not know that you even need to do that. I better make sure. Yeah, it was a good call because she did. She literally just thought you boil salt water and then you can drink it.
But you know, if you boil salt water, you're going to be left with salt if you don't know how to capture the moisture.
Well, that's the thing. Like, they don't even realize. They just think, like, she probably just thinks bring it to a boil. And once it's boiled, then you can just cool it off and drink it.
Agreed. And it's so, like, I'm like, and they still have the audacity to say that they don't need men. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh shit! Oh, it's too hilarious. It's too funny. It's too funny. I'm telling you, society. Okay, how do I explain it? Society don't know true horror until they see men descend into chaos.
Yeah. No, it's honestly, it's the same attitude as all these people who want to eliminate oil entirely from the economy, just completely get off oil and gasoline, because they think that's just something you put into cars. And as soon as you get an electric car, then you don't need oil anymore.
Oh, I got that photo. I'm gonna post it tonight. Like literally that this one woman put vegetable oil in her fucking car for an oil change. I got that photo. Yes. And a man in the background is staring at, like he is in horror of what he was seeing. A man in the background. It's like this bitch did not just I don't know if it was his car or not. I don't know. I'm assuming it is because he was.
I'm pretty sure that it's not, because if it was his, he would have stopped her.
Oh, it will be like, hey, why does he have a mask on? I'm telling you.
I mean, at that point, like, honestly, if that happened, I'm pretty sure that the car is getting a nice red paint job in about 0.5 seconds.
Okay, gentlemen, you've noticed, like, you guys know what the pendulum is, right? Greg, can you explain what the pendulum is?
Essentially, the pendulum is the Overton window. It is the politics of society and where they've reached a point of acceptability by the majority. So right now it would say that the pendulum has swung very far to the left because communist ideas are, if not accepted by the general population, at the very least pushed to being accepted by the general population with very little pushback. As more and more people start to suffer from these ideas will become less and less popular, and the pendulum will begin to swing more to the right as more and more conservative, hierarchical ideas begin to become more and more common. You're going to see less and less of this equality stuff and a lot more hierarchy and, I would hope, meritocracy, but I won't hold my breath.
Oh, let's speak about the most recent video I posted. I was very triggered about that. I'm gonna talk about that again. I was very triggered, mostly because how they celebrated mediocrity. Like I was beyond offended. In this scene of my life, I had a Super Bowl champion celebration.
Oh my god, I can just imagine, like, if I went into work and went like, hey guys, check out, I can do like 100 push-ups in a minute, and I started doing those. I'm pretty sure that I'd be lucky if at least one of the guys didn't kick me in the fucking ribs. And I'd have fucking earned it too.
Just straight up like he would take a few steps back and just like fucking get momentum. And I'm a like to be honest, I'm gonna explain the difference, gentlemen. See, this is why the equality thing is bullshit. Now I'm gonna explain why. This is one of many examples. If a man does 50 push-ups, he does 50 push-ups correctly, that's expected of him. They're like, oh, okay, yeah, you getting them gains in, bro. All right, nice. All right, you took your protein shake. But this woman in the video, she did one of the worst push-ups I've ever seen in my fucking life. And she really believes that they deserve praise. For example, the mediocrity that I was talking about. They believe they deserve praise for taking care of the kids. They believe they deserve praise for having a job. They believe
You
they
know what?
deserve.
Sorry, I just realized what the equivalent would be. Calling those things push-ups is like calling twerking squats.
Pretty much. I agree. But all that what I've said, gentlemen, they believe they should they believe they deserve to be praised. Taking care of kids, paying bills, having a job, having a car, having two jobs, right? Because they like to say, I have two jobs. All this mediocre shit. I have a degree. Praise me. But when men do the exact same thing, it's like, oh, all right, man, cool. What are you gonna do next? Like, what the fuck? Where's my praise? You're an XY chromosome. Shut up. Oh, okay.
But aren't we equal? We're only equal when it benefits me.
Rules for thee, not for me. See, I see it's treated like a god. I say treated like children.
Which is honestly not that far different if you really think about it.
That is true. That is true. It's just the amount of praise that they expect from society, just like, oh yeah, I pay for my bills. I work two jobs. I cook food. I do this. I do that. I clean up everything. Blah blah blah. Like, you don't think majority of single men don't do the same thing plus more?
Actually, let's be completely honest here. If you headed even if it was a provoked attack, if you assaulted a child, you would get more violently dealt with than if you assaulted a woman.
Completely agreed. I completely agree. But the woman is not that far off.
No. Like, we're talking a subtle difference here, but
right.
Like, people are more willing to stand down to a conflict between a man and a woman than they are between a man and a child.
Like, and I'm gonna ask this once again, and gentlemen, I'm sure you guys already agree with me, but I need to emphasize once again for future people that will visit this channel, put a 1 in the chat if you believe men and women are equal. I repeat, put a 1 in the chat if you believe men and women are equal. Put a 2 if you believe men and women are not equal. Because this is all for the future people that watches this stream. Somebody said 1. Uh-oh. Somebody. Newsflash, equality doesn't exist. It is what it is. That's that feminist fucking collectivism talk that women have.
Yeah. Not in Cool Chickens has put it down like pretty well. Like, don't even think all men are equal. Like, just straight up not.
That's why I talk about, remember our conversation chat? Remember when I talked about hierarchy? That's why I said, gentlemen, even with your group of friends, or whether it's in your job, or whether it's just society in general, there's always a hierarchy among men. It's natural. It's natural to have a hierarchy. Who is the top dog or the top dogs? That is completely natural for men to do. We are naturally competitive. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
Agree. Well, I agree, but this is an interesting comment by Free Ross. No two men are equal either. Sorry, Constitution, you're wrong on that. Now, in the absolute biological sense, that is true. However, in the legal sense, in an ideal society, you do need all men to be held to the same standards. Now, are they? No. But in an ideal situation, every man, regardless of ability or social status, would be held to the same level of the law.
Right. And the only outlier I can say is the elites.
Well, no, that's the thing. No, like in an ideal situation.
I was about to go even further. And when it comes to elites, they're the outliers, men or women, right? They're just they ain't gonna follow the rules. But when it comes to average people, yes, I agree that it should be held to the same standard. Like, hey, according to the Fifth Amendment, you have the right to remain silent. You know, whether you're mega giga Chad or you the average beta, I do agree that you have the right to shut the fuck up. So nothing is used against you in the court of law or free speech. But once again, just because you have free speech doesn't mean that you're free from consequences. That's what a lot of people tend to forget. So
yeah.
I agree.
But like I'm saying that, like with the drafting of the Constitution, the idea that everyone from the president down to the peasant would be held to the same standard of law is a lofty ideal. And that we don't have that is a sign that the society has failed to uphold the values it was created under.
Honestly, I believe the Constitution is fucking genius. The U.S. Constitution is literally one of the most well put together Constitution in the history of mankind, in my opinion. It's not enforced like it should be, but I still believe we have literally the best Constitution. Not because I'm American. No, read the Constitution, you'll see why.
Yeah. Now, Free Ross, keep in mind the phrase "created equal" was made in an era where royalty was believed to have literal divine birth heritage.
Hey, aerodynamic. Ignore the 19th Amendment. Ignore that shit. All right, everything else. Damn, why you gotta put me out like? Why you gotta put me out there like that, bro?
Yeah, like that's an amendment, not the original text. That's like saying fan fiction is canon.
Let's go original, man. Like, come on, don't come out here and make me look bad. Oh shit, but yeah, I'm talking about the original Constitution that was made. I thought it was fucking genius. You know, the amendments, they're either good or bad, but the original 10, I think it was originally called the Bill of Rights. That was changed into the Constitution.
Aren't they separate things?
I thought the Bill of... Damn it. Okay. Okay. I haven't really dived into history in a long time. I'm pretty sure they're the first 10 amendments, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat.
Yeah, no, you're right. The United States Bill of Rights comprises the first 10 amendments to the United States Constitution. So that's the thing. The Bill of Rights is 10 amendments. It is separate from the Constitution itself.
Right. I agree. You know, at least the first 10 amendments, they definitely got it right, in my opinion, and I believe it was complete genius. No pun intended, revolutionary, and no new constitution has come close ever since, in my opinion. And like, you guys can disagree with me if you want. Right.
Let me put it this way. No other country has a Second Amendment.
When you put it that way, you're right. Wait, let me put up Free Ross, because you say you talking to Free Ross. Give me a second. Bam. I interrupted you right there. So
yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, so yeah, created equal, born equal. Again, like yes, there are different abilities, but the context in which that statement was created, like if you were king, queen, royalty, part of a royal bloodline, like you literally traced your genetics back to actual deities, actual gods. Like you ruled by divine right. Created equal strips away the idea of divine right.
agreed. And once again, they actually try to make George Washington king. And George Washington said no.
After what he'd done to them, like, I'm sorry, George Washington would have been absolutely stupid to accept the title as king, considering how he got into that position in the first place. Literally everyone else around him, it would have been fucking Julius Caesar all over again.
Honestly, if I was George Washington, I would have been pissed to fuck off. Like, we fought this war for how long? Revolutionary War to get away from monarchy. But now you want to make the country a monarch?
Keep in mind, like, even back during 1776, there was a good chunk of the U.S. population that preferred the status quo over any change.
Agreed. I agree. But I believe the Revolutionary War was a big change. And George Washington, for the most part, like, once again, I don't know him completely, had enough integrity to say, no, I don't want to be king. I will just serve these 2 terms and I'm done. You know, according to my knowledge, right? And according to history.
Yeah, no, Free Ross. I need to look a little bit more into exactly how Caesar divided Rome. My understanding was that he was generally loved by the people.
Hold
and
on.
and I'm referring more so that if Washington had proclaimed himself king and accepted it, then all of the people surrounding him in the political elites would have stabbed the fuck out of him, seeing him as a threat.
Do you know how many times Washington? No, how many times the soldiers and the people got pissed off at Washington during the Revolutionary War? Especially, I forgot where they were. Fuck, I forgot which battle it was, but it was complete winter. They had to survive the winter. There was multiple talks of mutiny, multiple talks, but he was saved by, was it British or French? Pretty sure it was French.
Probably French. Also, yeah, chat saying I need some WD-40, and I agree. This chair is squeaky as hell.
Yeah, like I had the same issue. It's not as bad, but once again, sometime this year, I'm definitely going to get a way better chair. Way better chair.
Yeah, no, it's on the shopping. It's on the shopping list to be sure. I don't even know if there's some WD-40 fix this, but I'll try it out because it's annoying. I've got the freaking gate up on my mic really high, and I still can't do anything about the freaking squeaks.
Do you know how many chairs or gaming chairs, or I don't know what kind of chairs you're trying to get, are so good you can literally sleep in that chair? That's what kind of chair that.
Yeah, I've heard of those. They're mythical.
But in all seriousness, when it comes to the Constitution, gentlemen, I don't see any other constitution that comes close per se when it comes to giving the individual people rights. Once again,
apparently there's four other countries with Second Amendment equivalents. I'd be curious to know which countries those are.
I can't think of, because I know it's not the UK, and not Japan.
Yeah. No, Free Ross said it. So Free Ross, if you can post like some of those examples in chat, we'd be curious to hear them.
But in all seriousness, when it comes to the Constitution, right? I know it's never enforced equally. That's been that case since the creation of the Constitution. You know, that's why the amendments, came to play. But I truly believe we fucked up with the 19th Amendment.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
in my opinion.
like this. Okay. So if I could just kind of armchair for a second, theory craft how it would have been possible to avoid the 19th Amendment.
Yep, the floor is yours.
Because the 19th Amendment is an extension of the draft. Because, like, I understand vaguely that first it's just the landowners. But then you realize that for your military, you need more than just the landowners. You also need the non-landowners to fight. That if you have a bunch of people who just fought a bloody war for you that don't own any land, you got to give them something. Some way for them to have control and authority in the country. Otherwise, they're going to shoot your ass.
All I'm saying is, in any society, or at least if I'm in charge, I would not give a group of people power that's not willing to give anything in return, let alone go fight and die in the war.
Here's where I start to wonder. Now, this might be more applicable in the modern day, but I kind of like more how Rome originally had it. Where if you were going to have any sort of voting power, either A, you had to be wealthy enough that you were paying into the system, but far more important was that you had some years of military service under your belt.
Agreed. And also, like you said before, like you don't even have to be in the military. As long as you're a taxpayer, a landowner, contributing to society, then that's fair enough to have a vote. Because what's up?
Contributing is one thing. Investment in the society, like thinking of it like a business, you don't get a say on the board unless you control a good chunk of the stock. And to control the stock, you need to invest a certain amount of your money into the company.
Agreed. I used the wrong word. Let me switch it to investment.
Yeah. And now this is where I think that the Starship Troopers system actually has a lot of merit. You get to vote either A, through military service, or B, paying a shit ton of money. I really don't see what's wrong with that.
No. Like, once again, especially like the main people are the soldiers and the farmers that definitely were able to get 100% of voting power. And I believe that's correct. I believe that's how it should be. At least those two groups automatically has a say what happens in the country.
Also, apparently those countries with those countries with a Second Amendment equivalent are Mexico, Guatemala, and Honduras.
Hey, let me read this right quick. Manic the Manic Mechanic. I know you've been popping in and out, bro. The 19th was passed after Woodrow Wilson was incapacitated and his wife was shadow president. Huh. I did not know that. Honestly, I did not know that. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I'll keep it 100%. I did not know this was the case.
So very much a Sleepy Joe, Dr. Jill situation.
Agreed. And I know Cesspool has something to say. Where's Cesspool? Where's he at? Bam. The 14th Amendment was the voting rights for recently freed slaves. Agreed. The 19th Amendment was a redundancy to the 14th. I agree. because I'm gonna keep it real based on my knowledge, right? I think the recently freed slaves was only the male slaves that were able to vote at first.
Now, interesting. Free Ross counters, if only the rich can vote, they'll vote for things that only benefit them. Well, that's why military service is the option. It's not just you invest a bunch of money. It's also the military service aspect. Because if only the rich people have the power, well, then you're not going to have a military to defend yourself. But here's the other thing. If the poor people will always outnumber the rich. If you give everyone a vote, then what they'll do is they'll vote themselves the money of the rich people, and then the rich people will leave, and then your country's broke. Which is what is happening right now.
True. And I'm going to address this right quick. It's not the president that passes constitutional amendments. You need a supermajority in Congress to pass an amendment. And you really think that they're going to tell the first lady no? Especially when the husband is incapacitated?
Let's be honest. Most of the men in Congress were simps, and they probably were focused. Like a sex strike probably meant a lot more back in 1915 than it did in 2022.
Right, and if she had any type of influence, I don't know what type of influence Woodrow Wilson's wife had, but if she did have any type of influence, do you really think that Congress will tell the First Lady of the United States no? Because it's also a PR thing as well. Like, in my opinion, how are you going to tell, in my opinion, how are you going to tell the most powerful woman in the country no? And like what Gray said, there's a shit ton of simps in Congress. I can guarantee that, right? Because the 19th Amendment exists.
Not to mention, a whole bunch of politicians would realize that it's going to be much easier to maintain their positions of power by appealing to the numerically superior voting bloc. Keep in mind, about that time, World War I had just ended. Men were a far more significant minority of the population than they are today, because most of them had just gotten chewed up in the meat grinder.
Right. The men has to, beat them cheeks to repopulate the country.
I mean, honestly, like if you had World War I and then the women are like, give us the power to vote or we won't make babies, that is actually pretty powerful leverage.
That is true. And Mr. Pliskin, he said, no. Mr. Pliskin, why do you say no? What are you saying?
Like,
no?
That's the thing. Like, we don't even know. Is he talking to someone else in chat or is he disagreeing with some of the points we've made?
Right. No disrespect, Mr. Pliskin. We just need you to be more specific. Okay.
Like guys in chat, I know you got a character limit, but we kind of need context if we're going to understand who you're talking to.
Freedom Dude, what about denying military service because of a disability? So no voting? Once again, there's other outlets, at least back then, to where you'd be able to vote. Unfortunately, not everybody can join the military. That's the facts of life. We need able-bodied men to go out there and fight and die in war. Yeah, I said it. But
here's the thing: if it's that point, then you work to make money. Because here's the thing: this is why I am for this wealthy aspect, because politicians of any kind want to increase the amount of people that will vote for them, right?
Agreed.
So they're going to look at this and go, I need more rich people. So they're going to make policies that increase the amount of rich people. They're going to make it easier to start up businesses. They're going to cut out the red tape because they are incentivized by the political system to create economic prosperity for individual citizens, because every economically prosperous citizen is another potential vote for them. If you make it where everybody gets a vote and it doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor, then the politicians have no incentives to create rich people. Instead, they're incentivized to create poor people who they can then bribe with rich people's money.
I completely agree. So, Mr. Pliskin, he said no to the first lady, and I'm saying, did his vice president replace him?
Oh no! I say he. Oh, I see his thing. You questioned how you can say no to the first lady. He responded with no.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, but I'm gonna still take it a step further. Unless the vice president took over, I don't know for sure, right? I haven't done history in a long time. Which I'm probably sure that the vice president did take over. The president wasn't, dead per se, or completely incapacitated. He was just sick, or I don't know what he was going through. You sure that the first lady didn't have a strong influence? It is something to think about, right? Like, for example, President Obama and Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama is the one that wanted to push that disgusting fucking vegan, whatever it is, cafeteria food.
I mean, what better way to give every single kid in the school fucking tits?
Jesus Christ. Hold up, Manic said something. Hold up. Where's Manic? Where you at? I know I just saw you.
I see him. It's like Manic says, I'm pretty sure nobody knew Wilson had a stroke. Honestly, given how hard it was to disseminate news back then relative to today, definitely a much lower portion of the population would have gone for it. I mean, at least with Biden, we've got him caught in 4K every couple days.
I'm going to address Cesspool's comment. The black community is generally unaware of how much they've been manipulated by people who go out of their way to keep them enslaved. So I don't know if you talk about elites or something like that. I'm assuming that you are. I will say that yes and no. There are a good amount of black people in the community that wants to stay in that victimhood, but at the same time, I know a good amount of black people that does not want to stay in that type of environment. But knowing what we know right now in the history of the black community, the biggest question that we have, right? People like-minded like myself, is the black community worth saving at this point? Do we have to put in our blood, sweat, and tears to save a sinking ship?
Well, that's the thing. Like, Black Wall Street was the big opportunity to change it all around, and it only took one incentive towards black women to completely undo all of that. And the law that created it is still on the books, so you can't recreate Black Wall Street even if you wanted to.
Didn't they burn that shit down?
Burned down, yeah, but the wealth transfer, because so much of the racial supremacy talk usually boils down to, oh well, they get generational wealth. Like white people have their wealth passed down to them by their parents, and they grow up in better households. Well, it's your women that destroyed that. They took it only took 20 years for black people to get civil rights and then to rise up to become an economic powerhouse. And then it was all destroyed basically immediately as soon as black women were given the power to take the money and run.
Agreed. And I'm going to read Cesspool's comment. Black Republicans are hated within their own communities. Welcome to my world.
Mm-hmm. Well, basically, any black non-Democrat.
The fact that I'm willing to call out other people within the black community out on their bullshit, I am automatically like, if there was a black version of American Most Wanted, I will be number one. Or at least top 5. Just because I didn't agree with that one guy named Hunter. I didn't agree with what he had to say. You saw how triggered he got. You saw how many times he called me a coon and all that stuff. Seriously. And it sounds like he didn't even drop his balls yet.
Like, probably too many plant-based chicken burgers.
Yeah, literally insane. How a dude like that is goes, oh, you Uncle Tom, oh, you this or that. Oh, how are you gonna make contact with Chronic? I give him the answer. He's like, but, like the stuttering.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, my apologies. It's not Hunter. I completely apologize. It was Hammer.
Yeah, Hammer. That was the one.
Yeah, I am completely wrong, chat. His name was Hammer. That was a guy that was trying to get on me. You know what? At this point, Gray, why doesn't haters call in? Before you answer, honestly, before you answer, Mr. Pliskin, Sir Yeetus is a punching bag of investors. I guarantee you that bitch will not say that shit in my face. Bitch will not say that. I will go Ike Turner. I will go O.J. Simpson on that bitch. Trying to co-name a fucking racist term. I will, once again, gentlemen, it's 2022. I will give it to her extra crispy. Two punch pieces with some biscuits. No drink. No drink.
Actually, I think I've got a good analogy for why haters don't call in.
Oh, what's up?
Because posting in the comment section is like a turn-based RPG.
Yeah.
Whereas a live debate is an action RPG. It's the difference between Pokemon and Dark Souls.
Oh, so they never had to think of something on the spot per se.
Yeah, like they don't have to necessarily react in real time, and they can leave it on pause for as long as they want.
Agreed. That is a good indication of why haters never call in. Where's the haters? I've been talking mad shit for the last month.
I think they're popping into my channel now.
Right, they're going to your channel like, oh, he's a smaller channel. Let's go over there. I said a lot of things that will piss a lot of liberals or whoever it is off. But not once they want to call in. Not once. They just want, oh, how dare you talk about this? How dare you talk about that? Unsubscribe. It's all good if you want to unsubscribe.
Yeah, well, then there's also the NPC programming as well. Because, keep in mind, a lot of these people rely on having very predictable responses. They're used to hearing something and then having a conditioned argument against it that is not able to be countered in their minds. So when they run up against something that's adaptable and on the fly, and it's like the difference between an AI that has a predictable set of attack patterns versus a constantly evolving AI that is changing and adapting to how you combat it.
And I'm just going to put it out here right now before we continue. Another poll, and I ain't going to put up that stupid poll. Everybody in the chat, put 1. If you notice that I am the one that's able to change my mind, right, on some fucking Steven Crowder shit, put a 1 in the chat if you ever saw me change my perspective, change my ideals, because somebody actually gave me some good evidence or somebody proved me wrong. Put a 1 in the chat if I was able to change my perspective. Because I know TFM did it. I know not black. That guy Pete did it, and I know a couple of times Gray did it.
Also, Free Ross. Name one good Republican in the past 50 years. I'll wait, aside from the Pauls, maybe. Would DeSantis count?
DeSantis or was it Eisenhower Republican?
Was he past 50 years?
Oh, why you gotta be like that? Even though Reagan was on that arms deal bullshit, I'll say Reagan for everything else.
Yes, Free Russ says, haven't seen enough of DeSantis. Well, honestly, that's the only one that even I can come up with. And I'm very familiar with U.S. politics to begin with.
Aerodynamic, I have not seen any type of evidence where DeSantis is looked at as a feminist. He took on Disney himself and took away power from Disney.
To be fair, basically every politician has to be a public, at least first wave feminist.
I see what you're saying, and I agree, but
like, you ain't gonna have any politicians out there chanting TFM's favorite slogan, like if they want to remain in office for more than 5 seconds.
But I wouldn't label him as a complete feminist. No. Once again, he took on Disney and took away power from Disney. What feminist would do that? Just putting it out there, gentlemen. What feminist will actually take away power from, out of all companies, Disney? I know DeSantis or Trump is going to be running 2024. Or at least Trump is going to endorse DeSantis. Is there any talks of DeSantis even running for presidency? I don't think there has been any talks.
Honestly, I don't think it'd be good for him either.
How so?
Because
he did it.
True. But right now it's a very fractured spot with the states. I think that DeSantis, if he goes for president, he's opening himself up to a shit ton of attacks, like not just from the Democrats, but also from the Republicans that don't like what he's saying. It's better that he remains top dog of Florida because he's able to have more actual on-the-ground change in the average Floridians' lives than he'd be able to change the lives of the average American if he was the president.
So what you're saying is, best case scenario, 4 more years of Trump, which I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I think... I think that another 4 years of Trump will at the very least kick the can down the road a ways.
I was wrong. Trump, if DeSantis was a vice president, I come on. Who is going to fucking beat that? Who's going to beat that duo?
That could work. That could work. I'd see that as somewhat viable.
If that happened, ooh, man.
But DeSantis better have a squeaky clean fucking past. That's the thing, because the amount of shit that they're going to throw at that period.
Wasn't there people that try to fucking get into his past already, though?
I don't know what level of resources they had. We're talking like was Hillary Clinton gunning for DeSantis?
No.
So, like, that's the thing. It's all about the scale of the attack.
What is Free Ross talking about? He's talking about he's speaking facts. Let me see.
He said, I'm sure Israel's looking forward to 4 more years of Trump. It's like,
so you want fucking Sleepy Joe and shit to fucking listen.
Okay.
I know that
Free Ross, can you name one U.S. politician that openly opposes Israel? Period.
Hey, I have to keep it real for my fucking country. Free Ross, let's keep it real. Let's talk. I know you're from the U.S. as well, because you know you said this. You really want Sleepy Joe or Kamala Harris to do another 4 years? Yeah, I know he does mean tweets, and he didn't take the 2020 situation seriously, but he was about action. He actually got shit done. When the General Soleimani, you know, top general of Iran. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it was Iran. General Soleimani. He attacked the U.S. embassy in Iraq. He planned on attacking multiple embassies in Iraq in the near future. Trump is like, fuck that. As soon as General Soleimani was in the airport in his plane, they lit that bitch up. And if you saw the photos, and I know it's public, General Soleimani was in pieces. Why do you think President Putin didn't do shit until Trump was out of office? I'll tell you why. The main reason why a good amount of the world leaders didn't try shit under him is because they say that he was too unpredictable. Which I believe is a phenomenal thing to have as a leader when it comes to foreign policy. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
I'm kind of with like they're like not taking the 2020 situation seriously. He was the first one to want a travel ban. He had his hands tied by the other parties there. He took that shit seriously. He wasn't allowed to act on it.
What I'm saying is, he said a couple things that were dumb. That I agree. I can't say it on here. I can't.
Yeah, no, Chad seems more to be taking issue with like Trump did a lot of things to support Israel more so than the US. It's like he still did a lot of shit for the US. Can you actually find literally any other US politician that would do what Trump did and not do shit for Israel?
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this what you're upset about compared to what we have right now?
Yeah, and if you're gonna like call out Trump for printing money, it's like, hello, what the fuck has Sleepy Joe's shit been but a giant money printer? Like,
and once again,
you're complaining about a hot stove when the house is on fire.
Exactly, I agree, Gray. And once again, I hold the chat accountable like the chat holds me accountable. I'm gonna hold you guys accountable about President Trump. All right. I know the majority of you guys are not liberal, but I'm assuming one or two of you guys are. You guys are willing to fucking get a guy that's truly trying to put America first, which he did. And yeah, he said some mean tweets on Twitter. And yes, he did say some stupid shit when the 2020 situation happened.
I mean, shit, I'm critical of Trump for his handling of social media's platform protections. Like,
I know what you're talking about.
He's not above fucking criticism, of course, but he's also the best thing that happened to the fucking U.S. in the past decade or more.
But he's the first president in decades to not put us in a new war. How many other presidents can say that?
If Trump put Israel first and he still managed to cause that much good shit for the U.S., then maybe the U.S. needs to put Israel first a lot more if it wants to not die.
Agreed. And once again, you don't have to be a fan of Trump. You don't have to be a fan of Biden. You don't have to be a fan of Obama. You don't have to be a fan of George Washington. But at the end of the day, you cannot say that Trump did not put his country first. Especially when it came to the economy and foreign policy. You cannot say that Trump did not put America first. Hell, wasn't Trump the first person that was able to cross over to North Korea? Once again, there's reasons why nobody started shit when President Trump was in office. Because President Trump would not hesitate to annihilate the country or the region to fucking oblivion if there were a threat to the states. And once again, and you guys heard my explanation before, you guys saw what happened with General Soleimani. He was left in pieces. Top general, not just any general, top general. That's why I will not mind if President Trump ran again in 2024. I will not mind.
Quite sample. What's more important? Is it more important to give advantage to the U.S. and ensure American prosperity, or is it more important to fuck Israel over?
Israel is not my fucking. Now, I'm not talking about you, Gray. I'm talking about the chat. I don't give a fuck about Israel right now. And on top of that, President Trump predicted numerous things of what's happening right now today. Especially when he was at the United Nations meeting and he said that, hey, relying on one source of fucking oil or whatever it is, like resources, if you rely on one source, aka Russia, it's not going to end well for you if one day Russia decides to shut it off. What happened in 2022, gentlemen? What do you have to say about that, Gray?
Like, that's the thing. There's going to be international connections. There's going to be international bribes. I don't think that you're going to be able to find a single politician that is not going to have some sort of overseas connections to a country that you have troubles with. Like, you got to pick, like, what fucking snake are you going to get in bed with? Personally, like, I pick Israel and Russia over China. Like, and I'm in Canada, man. Like, our ruling party right now is fucking selling our entire country out to the Chinese. We're on a fucking collision course with communism and are thoroughly fucked. And we don't even have anyone resembling a Trump that's even remotely allowed to touch that kind of power. Like, if we could get a fucking Trump and it was like, yeah, well, you know, he's going to prioritize Israel a bunch of the times. Like, is he going to fucking fix the economy? Then I don't give a shit.
Honestly, from what I saw was, besides the economy, if you fuck with my country, I'm gonna fuck with you. Once again, I'm gonna say for the third time, what happened to General Soleimani, the top general in Iran?
It doesn't matter whether or not Israel wanted him dead, all right?
No.
Like, if Israel's enemies are America's enemies, are you going to leave America's enemies alive just because they're Israel's enemies too? You can't be enemies with the entire fucking world. You have to ally with someone, regardless of how distasteful they are.
I don't give a fuck if you want him dead. There was actual plans of him attacking multiple embassies throughout Iraq. You really think that the president of the United States will let that happen, such as President Trump? Sleepy Joe, sure. But you really think that's going to happen under President Trump?
Sergeant Grinch, honestly, I don't know shit enough about Israel aside from there's a bunch of connections to a whole bunch of the elites fucking shit around. Like, that's about as much as I know of Israel. But I do know that there's a bunch of people that have a much stronger beef with Israel than I do. And they're the ones who are saying that Trump was bad because he supported Israel.
Honestly,
I'm just pointing out that I don't give a fuck.
Gentlemen, let's keep it real. I really want to keep it real right now. You really want some weak, sorry excuse for a fucking president like Sleepy Joe? Or do you want a president that, oh yeah, he makes mean tweets, but he actually puts you, the American citizen, first?
Okay. And I was like, cool chickens, we assassinate him. I'm not a fan of cowardly methods. Like, dude, like, not a fan of assassination. Like, you gotta fucking kill someone. What, you think that you're gonna be able to send a soldier in to challenge him to a one-on-one honorable duel? You're trying to kill someone who very much doesn't want to be killed. You don't have the luxury of choosing a clean, honorable, above board method.
Jinzo, I don't want to make a poll. I want you guys to think about it. Hell, you don't even have to tell me. You really want to have a weak, sorry excuse for a president like Sleepy Joe? Or do you want a president like President Trump that, yeah, he says some stupid shit sometimes. Yeah, he said a couple things during the 2020 election that he should have taken seriously. Yeah, but for his entire 4 years in the White House, he put America first. He literally did. Hell, he actually put the alphabet community as priority.
Great is that successful. Great is that absolved them of their responsibilities to the bankers. I'm honestly not entirely sure what you're getting at there, man.
The bankers is a different story. It's a different story. That's a whole different stream, bro. That's a whole different stream. At the end of the day, we're talking about leadership. We're talking about leadership right now. The fact that Sleepy Joe is the most popular president in history blows my fucking mind.
Like, let me put it this way. Like, I'll make it simple. Success pool. I care about the fucking results that best serve me. If that means selling out to one group or another, I'm going to pick selling out to the group that best serves me, because picking one that doesn't sell out isn't an option.
Agreed. Because personally, I don't give a fuck about country halfway around the world. I really don't. I only care about my area, my community, my family.
Successful. You seem to think I'm fucking trolling you. I'm not.
No, he says he's trolling you.
No. It's like just trolling you like you were trolling me. What the fuck was I trolling you over?
No, okay, I see what you're saying. But at the end of the day, you guys can't tell me that you have a better situation now under Sleepy Joe than what you had under President Trump. If you did, you're beyond fucking delusional. You're beyond fucking delusional. You are so delusional, it's not even funny. Within a year and a half, or a year and like 7 months, our country is struggling beyond relief. When did that ever happen under President Trump? Oh, but he sent me tweets. Whoever did all that, you guys are fucking pussies.
Yeah, and like, if successful, if you're still upset with the boomer versus millennial shit, like, look, I'm trying to be straight up and honest with you. You haven't said anything new to me that has changed my mind. And I'm honestly more upset that you and I can't find some sort of middle ground to come to an agreement on here. Because, like, 99% of the time, I find you an incredibly intelligent and respectful man. And that we've hit such an impasse over this, I'm finding frustrating. Because I can't see what you want to get out of me for this. And you haven't been giving me any answers, no matter how direct I ask the questions.
Are we bringing that up right now?
I think that that's what he's mentioning with the trolling, so...
Cesspool, how about go join Grey Ghost's stream?
Like, Cesspool, if we need to make a stream, like, straight up to hash this out, we can do that this week. I can dedicate 4 hours of the night to trying to fucking solve this.
Agreed. I definitely agreed. Because right now, at this moment, I don't really see why there needs to be a discussion, but if you guys believe there's still things that needs to be hashed out, I definitely say go for it. I'll be there too. Probably trolling in the comments, but I'll be there.
Like, I don't know, short of me getting like a bunch of numbers and stats to try to back up the points I'm making, I don't know what else I could say, really.
So yeah, Cesspool was pretty much saying like in Discord or something like that.
Okay, but successful, but what's the point of convincing me as an individual? You have it behind the scenes with me as like, what? So what? So what if me as an individual, and we might not even come to a fucking conclusion either way. We might just end up arguing in Discord for a couple hours.
I'll say do the Discord thing because
like we can just to like save this from being like taking up so much airtime here.
No, I'm saying that he probably has evidence that he hasn't even showed you yet, or reasons.
He sent me stuff over the Discord. Maybe there's stuff he can't say over YouTube that goes into it. Maybe. I don't know.
But at the end of the day, I'm gonna say this, and I'm going to conclude the boomer versus millennial thing. I still didn't get into Zoomers yet, gentlemen.
Rusty Rivers, numbers and stats, great. What about experience? Rivers, I've been over this already. I've been over the thoughts on experience and the details in it. There's hours of previous streams. I'm not going to fucking rehash it here again.
Wait. Hold the fuck up. Because I'm going to finish this right now. When it comes to what Cesspool said, yes, there definitely is a few people in power that's probably orchestrating the entire fucking thing. I agree, but I also agree with Great Ghost. It doesn't take away the responsibility or take away the accountability of what each generation did within their time. It doesn't. Why do you think we always like we hold the greatest generation? Yeah, they did their thing, blah blah blah. But around the greatest generation, there were a group of men that were following the bad man with the mustache that are held accountable to this day. Accountability is still prevalent, gentlemen. It doesn't matter. Like, once again, if you're the outlier when it comes to the generational issues, that's one thing. That's fine. Cool. It's cool beans. But when it does not absolve you for responsibility just because a few people in power are orchestrating this gigantic plan. They can't control everybody on the individual level. They can't. So when I talk about individual level, you still have a choice to do right or wrong. You still have a choice to say this is morally right or morally wrong. You still have a choice to say, hey, fuck the next generation, or I'm going to help this generation the best way that I can. So I see what Cesspool and Gray are saying. Like, once again, I say they're both right simultaneously. But what's concrete is nobody is absolved for what they've done on the individual level. Nobody is. If that's the case, the bad man with the mustache ain't at fault. You guys get what I'm saying?
Rusty, okay, no, sorry, Rusty Rivers fucking triggered me. Here we go. Rusty Rivers. The boomers have fucking saddled me with a shit ton of debt. All right? They fucking used government programs to borrow money from the future, which I have to pay off. They want to spend what they earned. They can pay their fucking debts first with all this money that they earned. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, Rusty Rivers, do you want to call in? Do you want to call in? I'll send a couple of. I want Rusty Rivers to call in. If you want to call in and talk about the situation, I'm talking about Rusty Rivers. You can go ahead and call in if you want. Because I don't get why certain generations, because there's generations for a reason. Generations define a fucking era. And if one generation ain't at fault because of powers to be, all generations are not at fault right now.
Yeah, and just don't give me that shit that the boomers fucking earned everything. They used their status as the majority age voting bloc to get a bunch of fucking government programs in that benefited them and then screwed over every successive generation.
Agreed. Completely agreed. All right, Rusty Rivers, whenever you plan on calling...
No, he says he's too tired, man.
Yeah,
he says he's too fucking tired.
Whenever you plan on calling in on my show or Grey Ghost, because once again, you know, Grey Ghost is making videos now. You can call in either show, and we'll be able to discuss this. Because once again, I don't mind discussing this if it's in a civilized manner.
And the boomers are fucking still spending the money. Like, the boomers right now are the ones most in need of healthcare. Guess what all the fucking government money is going to right now? Healthcare, nursing homes, all the shit that the boomers, the majority of their age voting bloc, is going to require. They are still spending my money right now. If they were going to just earn it all and spend what they earned, then they wouldn't be spending all their retirement money, all their fucking social security on flying around the world and giving it to other countries on vacations, and they'd instead spend it on their own privatized health care.
Yeah, Rusty Rivers, what we're trying to say is, yeah, we put blame on boomers. We put blame on boomers. But we put blame on Gen X. We put blame on millennials. We plan on putting blame on Gen Z. And we're going to talk about the future of Gen Alpha. Why?
It's just that the boomers are the only generation that seem to think that they are above criticism.
Which is weird to me, in my opinion. Very weird. Why is why the boomers can't be criticized? Why? That's my question.
Yeah, because apparently the boomers earned everything they had and didn't fucking inherit shit or borrow shit, which is horse shit.
Cesspool, Yeetus, I appreciate your respectful. I have no hate for Gray. I have disagreements with his viewpoints, which is okay. You can definitely have disagreements, but at the same time, is either you guys agree to disagree, or you guys gonna have to pull up some good shit to prove your point.
Yeah. And Cesspool, like, probably the biggest disagreement I have is that the boomers weren't responsible for their voting decisions because small hat control. Look, not every fucking election was full on rigged. If that were the case, there'd be no need to spread propaganda and to motivate decisions in order to appeal to people's base desires and self-interest. They just unilaterally make decisions like the CCP. The boomers willingly voted in all this economic destruction because it served their interests, not because all of the elections and politicians were bought and paid for by the small hats. That is absolving boomers of their responsibility, and that's a load of horse shit.
Like what Gray said. Once again, right, and I'm assuming we...
Okay, aerodynamic, you cannot, if a boomer went back and had to do it all over as a millennial, Gen X, or Zoomer, they could put in the exact same amount of work and they would not achieve the same level of success. That is an objective fucking fact.
Gray, come on, man.
Don't give me that work hard bullshit.
Relax, bro. Relax.
I fought this for fucking 12 goddamn hours, Yeetus. I'm getting sick of it.
Relax. Holy fuck.
How many times do I gotta say the same bloody thing before people will actually fucking hear me out or at least provide a goddamn counterpoint?
Holy shit. Okay. I see what you're saying, bro. But at the end of the day, and once again, you know,
Cesspool, fucking Trump and Biden are the past 8 years. You can't look at the past 8 years and say that that applies retroactively to the past 70.
Gray, we have no hatred towards boomers. But the biggest question is, why can't boomers be held accountable personally? I don't want to hear just because the elites are planning everything. It defeats your own argument if you say that, oh, the boomers can't be held accountable because it's all the biggest plan in the world, right? The elites are. That means all generations are not held accountable for any bullshit that's happening right now. And if you believe that, that's all good. But if you don't, then your argument is very is contradictory. Okay, and I talked to Cesspool before. He did say there should be some responsibility. I wouldn't say some. I believe majority of the responsibility is for the individual. I really believe that wholeheartedly. Why can't? Because once again, I went in on millennials way more than the Gen X and boomers. Why can't you guys be held accountable for what happened in your era? Why? Why can't you be held accountable for what happened in your era? And on top of that, why you guys cannot be held accountable for the influence that you guys still have today in 2022? Why? Why can't you guys be held accountable for that? And I don't want to hear it's the elites. Nobody is held accountable at that point if you pull that argument.
Rivers, I don't target boomers solely. I never have. It's just that you guys are the ones that get fucking triggered and extra sensitive whenever boomers are criticized, that you've literally ignored every other generation that I've criticized in every other aspect. And you seem to think that it's solely boomers I have a hard on for. I fucking tore into Generation Y, my own generation, for multiple hours on end. So how about you listen to that before you talk about how I just hate boomers?
Yeah, Rusty Rivers, we went in on millennials way more than boomers. The issue is there's only a select few boomers that are actually able to say, hey, yeah, we had our flaws and we take accountability for that. And we have influence that trickled down through generations. And we still have influence today that we are very narcissistic for our narrative. Right? I will say it's a big reason why Sleepy Joe got in office. Because they would promise a lot of free shit. But that's another.
All right, Rivers, it doesn't matter whether you're Gen X or boomers. It seems to be boomer criticism that people get fucking antsy over and start getting triggered over.
Rusty Rivers, I'm trash against Gen X because you guys are pretty trash when it comes to looking down on men with the current dating market today. That's why that's the thing I hold Gen X on. When it comes to boomers, finance, and having a stuck-up attitude towards the rest of the generations.
And here's the thing: if you really want to know, okay, why boomers specifically, because they were and still are the largest voting demographic by age. They, as a group, get priority from the politicians for what goes into policy. They were going into college, they got cheap and free education. They were going into business, they got business grants and discounts. They're going into retirement, they got better retirement plans. They're going into nursing homes, they're getting better health care. All of that costs the other generations money. They voted for it, they got it. And then you fucking talk shit about how you earned it all, as though you didn't get a fucking handout the entire way.
True. But I'm going to read this right quick. All generations led to this. You're not wrong. But at the same time.
No. Second thing. No, read the rest of that.
That's it. I'm talking to Putin right now.
Okay, no, sorry. Like quoting cesspool here. My point of contention is that all generations are guilty to some degree. I don't place blame on the greatest and older boomers.
Wait, hold up, man. Let me read this right quick. All generations led to this. Yes, I agree. But does all generations hold equal responsibility?
And now, and here's the thing: how the fuck did the Zoomers lead to this current situation? Zoomers haven't been able to vote for more than a handful of years at most.
I'm talking to Putin right now.
I'm talking to Putin too, saying all generations led to this. Like, how? Like, not all generations have the same amount of power.
Financially, we don't hold equal responsibility. I'm gonna keep it real right there.
Politically, same deal.
And politically as well. But let me go back to fucking right there. Cesspool. My point of contention is that all generations are guilty to something. That's what we've been.
No, read the rest of it.
I don't place blame on the greatest and older boom.
You see, that's a contradictory statement right there. Either all generations are guilty to some degree, which would include the greatest and older boomers. Yeah, you can't fucking say everyone's responsible except for these ones.
Yeah, that's no. I have to disagree with you. It says hardcore. No. If you're going to say my point of contention is that all generations are guilty to some degree, why, once again, why can't boomers, I don't care about the greatest generation, why can't boomers be part of the all generations are guilty to some degree?
And Rusty Rivers, nobody gave my dad a handout or a migrate. Why would you say that? I'm willing to bet if I looked back into laws that were passed around your dad's time and your time, I would find various tax breaks and benefits that would apply directly to you that don't apply to the future generations and that the future generations have to pay for. Just because no one handed you a fucking check doesn't mean no one gave you a handout.
I don't get it at this point. I really don't.
They want to keep their fucking egos by saying they did it all themselves, and the implication that no, they fucking didn't hurts them too much to admit.
Why do you say older boomers, says Paul? Once again, I hold all boomers responsible. All. Old, young, whatever. I hold them responsible. Okay. The financial situation back then, all the way up until now, and the political power, I hold boomers responsible. Why can't boomers be responsible?
No, that's the thing. Here's the thing. Sorry, Rusty Rivers, right there. Yes, great tax breaks. Yes, I would agree to that. Wait, that's the thing. They don't see fucking tax breaks as handouts, Yeetus.
Wait, who said that?
Rusty Rivers. Like 4 comments from the bottom right now.
Damn. Oh boy. Okay.
They don't see fucking tax breaks as handouts.
They don't.
But you're dismissing the incredible risk that people like my dad and myself took.
What risk? That's
what risk?
What risk are you speaking of? Like the late 50s and 60s were the most prosperous economic time for the United States.
I'd say that taking post-secondary education in this day and age is a much greater risk than anything you or your dad ever fucking tossed your money at.
Right now, in 2022, any risk at this point, 8 times out of 10 is a horrible risk. Horrible risk. It's a horrible risk these days for people trying to get some type of job, to get some type of education, some type of something. It is so horrible, not only to get a job, to afford to get a roof over your head, to afford food, to afford all that. It is getting horrible out here for millennials and Gen Zs at the moment. And guess who's out there in the retirement homes taking their vacations 3-4 times a week? Off of our taxes, the working class's taxes.
Putting everything you own up against the prospect of failure. Hey, at least if you put up everything you own and you fail, you're only at 0.
Everyone is guilty, so get used to it. So why can't the boomers agree to that? That's literally the entire conversation right now. But hey, this once again, we have to go to this conversation. I know it's not going to be over for the next month or two. I already know. It's crazy how we able to, like, you guys say ageism, racism, sexism, whatever it is, and then say that, oh, it's excuses to know what's actually going on. Do you really think the elites give a fuck about what the individual is doing right now with their own family and friends in their own little community? No whatsoever. They care about the overall plan. They don't care about plan chapter 1 section 3. They don't care about that shit. So on that note, why can't the generations be held accountable, including the boomers? Because they have a choice.
Yeah, Rusty Rivers, I risked 10 plus years of my life in fucking debt for a career path that got shipped overseas. All right?
Sir Yeetus, do you believe your vote matters, especially says Bush? No. I don't believe it does. But that's not the case. That's not the problem. Because once again, it's the illusion. Because they still have to make it legitimate in the United States. We said this yesterday. They still have to make a legitimate voting process in the United States. Into some degree, they have to make it legitimate. We're not CCP. We're not China, where President, what's his name? Xi Jinping? I forgot what his fucking name was.
Xi Jinping.
Yeah, Xi Jinping can come out and say, yeah, I'm your dictator for the rest of your life. Do you know how quick Washington, D.C. would be overrun?
Okay, let me just make a point with this. Rio, if the individual vote didn't matter, then Trump wouldn't have ever gotten elected.
I completely agree. There ain't no fucking way. If they truly had 100% influence, he would not have been in office. Like, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, right? But of course, it's the electoral votes that matters.
Yeah, look, Rusty Rivers, let's not put all the blame on the boomers. How about we put blame proportional to the amount of economic and political power the generations have enjoyed? In which case, the boomers are going to get the fucking majority of the stink.
You trolling, Rusty Rivers? You trolling, bro? Because at this point, I really think you're trolling. We not once we put all the blame on the boom. When do we put all the blame on the boomers, Rusty Rivers? When? When did we put 100% of the blame on the boomers?
Stop going on about fucking ageism. We're not grilling people because of their age. We're grilling people because of the social economic power and the decisions that they made with it. You're the one who keeps bringing up how this is specifically about age and division. Oh, and you know what? Fuck it. I got to get this off my chest. Divide and conquer is not get two people who should be allies to fight each other. It is when there is a larger force that is superior to your own, you split it up into smaller forces and tackle each one individually. That's divide and conquer. So by splitting up the problems into manageable chunks, i.e. by various age and social groupings, you're able to address the issues individually and actually deal with them, because there's no fucking unilateral gather them all together and solve it solution.
And personally, and once again, I am definitely willing to talk about this into the stream. When you say ageism, I don't think it completely applies to generational issues, because once again, it involves adults, teenagers, and young children around the time, right? That's evolve around that generation.
And here's the other thing: like ageism is fucking necessary. The same way, you know what? I'm sorry, Yeetus. Racism is fucking necessary because I can't look at the black community and say that they face the exact same struggles and have to deal with the same problems and have fucked up in the same ways as the whites or the Asians or the Latinos. You gotta divvy this shit up into specific categories to tackle the fucking problems and responsibilities of each group. You can't just lump them all together and say it's everyone versus the small hats.
Cesspool, not once we said racism, sexism, or ageism.
I literally just did. Because we're like, it's sexism because we got to divide up this, like, what are men and women doing that's fucking up? Well, men and women are both doing that. No, you got to divide, well, how are men fucking up? How are women fucking up? How are whites fucking up? How are blacks fucking up? How are boomers fucking up? How are millennials fucking up? The division is necessary for the discussion.
Well, those are straight up extremes, what he's talking about right now. That's what he's talking about right now, straight up extremes. It doesn't have to get that sexism. I can see that because life is sexist, and life, it's racist at times, but I would say it's very prejudiced. Because that person doesn't have to hate you for your skin color for them to want to chill with people with their own skin color. So there's a lot of things to uncover on that point. But at the same time, the ageism thing, I really believe, because ageism is like, hey, I got fired and replaced because that person is 20 years older than me and he has more experience type situation. I don't think you can apply that to an entire generation where young adults, all of them, right? Because eventually they'll be defined within that era and what happened, what choices that were made, whether it's the powers to be or your personal choices. But that's a whole other.
And quite frankly, I didn't hear anyone calling, and Cesspool, I didn't hear any of this fucking call to unity when the millennials were getting fucking shit on, okay? I only hear this fucking call to unity when it's aimed at the boomers. So if you want to look at who fired the first war in this fucking ageism battle, the boomers are the ones with the smoking gun.
True, you can't just shoot somebody in the fucking chest and say, hey, we're cool, right? Pragmatic man. No one cries ageism when it comes to war. Old people and children get to avoid a draft. Shut up. I completely agree. Even though we as a country dealt with war for a majority of our history, so it doesn't really apply when it comes to other countries. Literally almost all of our generations were involved some way in war.
Yeah, no, okay, and Rusty River's like, no, I don't have hard feelings toward you or Cesspool. I find this contention between us frustrating, but you do seem like intelligent men who've contributed in your own fields to a good extent. I'm more upset that we can't find a reasonable agreement so that we can work together on this. But I don't have any fucking beef with you guys personally, just these ideas that we're in conflict over.
Yeah, I got no heart. Like, once again, I ain't these liberal, soft ass fucking SJW fucks that attacks you as a person just because I don't like what you say. Once again, multiple occasions, I'm ready to hash out anything if somebody has a disagreement. That's what men do, in my opinion. And you guys already know that's what men do. And before you continue, Gray, let me finish. That's how you saw it. At the end of the day, there shouldn't be no name calling. There should be no cursing at each other. None of that shit. Yeah, the argument will be heated, but you need to focus on the argument. All right. Don't focus on trying to make that person look bad or fucking say some derogatory words towards each other. It's either you agree to disagree, it's either you change your minds, or we will just continue until something happens. Maybe a stalemate. That's what we do. This is one of the only places right now, in my knowledge, where men are able to get together and discuss issues, whether you agree or disagree. Please don't be that person that freaks the fuck out and spaz out like a fucking feminist. Please don't be that guy.
Yeah, no, and like definitely I'm the one that curses. I've dropped the F-bombs a couple times here. Yes, I'm getting extra heated. Yes, I'm emotionally invested. Because you know what? I have had to deal with boomers fucking calling me a lazy piece of shit for basically my entire life. I get a little hot under the collar with this topic. It's a flaw. I'll admit it.
Which is why I say
that's why I'm trying.
Join Gray's channel. Join the stream. Join. I'll be there. Fuck it. Like, I will bring everybody. Join. I really want you guys to talk one-on-one. I believe that this conversation should be between you guys. Join Gray's channel. I make sure everybody subscribe, but join Gray's channel. No, cesspool. It's fine. It is what it is. Shit happens. It is what it is. And Gray already said that he got emotionally invested and he dropped a few F-bombs. It's fine. But I believe you guys should go one-on-one on your own and go on Gray's channel. I believe it will be a great conversation between you guys to hash this out. I say this will be a good live stream in itself. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
It would be. I mean, honestly, we'd probably get a good chunk of eyeballs on it at the very least if I just pump it up as a big fight thing and have some over-the-top graphics for Millennial versus Boomer.
Agreed. So cesspool, let me know if you're down for that or not. If you're down, I know Gray, he does live streams once or twice a week. He's going to do that.
Yeah. But the thing is, my time slot is like 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. EST, so I got to schedule that with everyone else, basically, because I don't want too much crossover.
No, it doesn't have to be tonight. Anytime you guys
oh God, no, it couldn't be tonight. We'd only have 2 hours, and no, it'll have to be sometime within the next week or two.
Agreed. Anytime that you guys are ready to go, like this weekend, I don't know if Gray has any other plans when it comes to the live stream, but this will be perfect.
Like, honestly, I could, like most people, could maybe schedule it for Friday night. Like, tentatively for Friday night, assuming that something else major doesn't come up.
What time, actually? Because I don't know if...
Not 9 p.m. EST to 1 a.m. EST. I'm just going to hold on to that particular time slot. Okay.
So you kind of got the gist where Underchronic does his streams and stuff. So, yeah. Cesspool, wide open right there. If you want to officially, and once again, I'm not saying it can't be heated. I'm not saying that you guys can't go 10 toes down on what you guys believe in. But yeah, it definitely doesn't have to resort to disrespect. Not once, except one time that divestment bitch was racist towards me. That's when I became disrespectful. But any other time, actually no, 2 times, sorry. 2 times I became completely disrespectful. The rest of the time, I was respectful to my to the person that was disagreeing with me. So I suggest that you go over there. I will chill the fuck out of the stream, and I believe it will be a great conversation between a boomer and a millennial. My viewpoints and Real Talk's viewpoints are similar. This is a never ending. No, I honestly believe this argument can end.
Here's the thing, like, Cesspool. You're trying to give me the arguments, and I have had extensive conversations with Real Talk, not only on this, but a bunch of the other shit behind it too. The stuff that I don't get into on these streams because it's way too off the wall and esoteric. Like, it's the kind of stuff that I honestly wouldn't bother on YouTube because it would go past a shit ton of people, and it's honestly not super practical. What I'd like out of you specifically is some kind of objective. What are you trying to get out of me? What are you trying to accomplish by presenting this argument? Because I still don't understand it. And I think that maybe if I did, then we'd be able to wrap this up and end it. Because it just feels like I'm being told that I don't get it while being told stuff that I'm already well aware of.
Yep. And Francesco, they expect us to succeed in a broken system. Okay, cool to know. You are 1,000,000% correct. You are 1,000,000% correct. But the boomers, which still a good amount of them in Congress, or a good amount of them that's retired right now, are living their best lives and just looking down on everybody else. Maybe you should work harder type situation. So that's I agree with Gray saying, but at the same time, I agree with Cesspool saying. But my thing is, why can't it be both right at the same time?
Okay. Here's where I think the kind of the middleman stuff will kind of go. What I'll do is I'll have the conversation with Cesspool privately on Discord, and I'll record it. And then we'll see whether or not parts of it can be uploaded that can be used to deal with this in a more refined manner. So it'll be a private conversation instead of a live stream, but recorded so that maybe the information can be still useful. Like, assuming it doesn't, like, because maybe there will be some parts that will be too spicy for YouTube, but maybe there will be some parts which aren't, which we can have a thorough discussion on in the context. That seem reasonable, Cesspool? Like, you down for that?
Yeah. If he's down for that, yeah. I say go for it. Somebody send me something. Hold up. Do. See, that's what I'm saying. Do you have Odyssey?
Not yet. Not yet. I could. I really should.
And Odyssey does live streams as well. So you should be able to do a live stream over there. But of course,
yeah.
Unless you want to do a live stream on Odyssey on my end.
No, honestly, I think that I'll just hash this out with Cesspool privately Friday night. Get the recording, and then we'll see if there's any clips from the discussion that I can upload later.
Yep. Cesspool says that's more doable. But Cesspool, are you cool with being recorded? That's the biggest question. We need a yes or no when it comes to that one. Let me know if you're cool with being recorded.
Yeah. Sorry, MM4356. What did I just come into today? You came into the latest in a battle between the boomers and the millennials. I've been having for the better part of a week now.
Yeah, literally almost a week. And we pretty much hashed out the topic for today.
Yeah, so we've more or less hashed out everything that can be hashed out on YouTube. So we'll see if me and Cesspool talking about this stuff behind the scenes can get this more thoroughly resolved. Absolutely bring in Real Talk. It'd be great to get him in on the conversation.
Well, if that's the case, I want to come in and listen.
We can have kind of a 4-way back and forth that way, and we'll just have to record it off of a live stream. But Yeetus, free up your Friday night because that's what we're doing.
I'm probably be cracking open cold ones, and plus I'm just gonna be a spectator for the most part, right? Unless you want a second opinion.
I definitely will want someone with a second opinion in case I do end up going off the rails, because I do get hot under the collar with this stuff. And
Right.
also, you have very different experience from me despite the similarities in our ages. So that secondary perspective on the issues will be useful.
At the end of the day, we're all Americans.
Not me.
Oh, no, technically, you are American. Technically, or you're on American lands. Technically, North America.
This is true. This is true.
Oh shit! Oh come on! Don't be like Francesco. You just needed to stop.
Pliskin, how much do I need to donate to participate? Honestly, Pliskin, if you think you've got like something significant for it, at the very least, I wouldn't mind having a couple people listen in on it. And if you got some stuff to contribute, sure. Like again, it's going to be a 4 hours, and if we need to do a 2-part, then that's good. But I wouldn't want more than 5 people, otherwise it'll likely turn into a major clusterfuck. So Pliskin, Pliskin, if you've got Discord, then like you can be the 5th person there, but that'll be about it.
I think it was a Civil War situation where it'll be the situation where a congressman was beating another congressman with a fucking cane.
Yeah. Pliskin's Gen X, so that'll be also good as a kind of a moderator there, like a middle ground to see it from.
You should already know. We don't do no paywalls around here. If you want to join. Don't anything is up to you.
Yeah, like I appreciate your generous donations, Mr. Pliskin, but I'm not going to ask a cent for you to get in on this. You've proven time and time again to be insightful and intelligent, so I'd respect your input in this situation.
Wait a minute. Are you Gen X or are you Boomer?
He says he's Gen X.
Okay, so we're going to have... Wait, what is Real Talk?
I believe he's a millennial as well, actually.
What? We have a Judas on our hands plan. Okay, so we have three millennials, 1 Gen X, and one Boomer. Okay, I can see that happening. Let me see. Cesspool, Yeetus, like I said, this is just as big, if not bigger than MGTOW. I agree. I really believe that because once again, just because it happened in the past, just because it's bygones be bygones, doesn't mean that your past is not going to come up to haunt you and people are going to hold you or the group accountable for what happened in that era, because who knows the choices that happened back then. And once again, I agree, the big dogs back then had a lot of influence, but it's also individual responsibility. Okay, somebody's gonna come up and say, "Hey, like, what the fuck happened back then? Like, what's going on now?" Or hey, like, we're doing our best here in 2022. Economy's going to shit, and we don't know if it's gonna get worse. Why do you still expect me to have the same type of standards as you did years ago?
Well, that's the thing. We'll hash into that in the Friday night fight.
Yeah.
And to those of you asking who Real Talk is, he's an occasional guest from earlier live streams, and I managed to go down some deep fucking rabbit holes with him privately over Discord. He's an intelligent man who's seen a lot of shit that YouTube has been very active in covering up, including a channel, if you can believe it, that's got more fucking takedowns than Chronic.
Well, damn. Well, he is very passionate about his religious and conservative beliefs.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, like he watches channels that make Chronic's channels like look somewhat tame by comparison. So
He probably sweating on the podium. Had to wipe his face with like a cloth because he's sweating so much. I rebuke. I rebuke the Jezebel. Lilith? Let me tell you something about Lilith. I brought up Lilith because there was an argument yesterday or the day before. I put up a thing where the Twitter user had the name Lilith, and she was the most Jezebel fucking person I've ever seen. And a lot of people went like hardcore on religious arguments when it comes to is Lilith the person that's been around before Eve. It's been a crazy argument. It's crazy argument. But I can already see real talk right now. I rebuke Lilith. I rebuke Eve. I rebuke Cain. I rebuke everybody. All of you are filthy with sins, and I will definitely cleanse you. Like, what are you talking about? All of a sudden you hear a gun cock. Like, like, hey, man. Relax.
Yeah, Dragon Lord Pete. To find who Real Talk is, you'd have to go kind of far back into Yeetus' streams. If you want to search for his avatar, he's usually got a black and white wolf. So if you scan through streams, you'll find him eventually.
Cease your heresy. Okay. Honestly, if I had the talent, I would definitely make an animation on the Crusade, a funny version. Because I'm telling you, gentlemen, the Crusade got out of control. Like, Christians and Muslims back then did not like each other.
And they do now?
Oh, no. It's not as bad as back then. Oh, hell no. Back then was bad. Jesus moly. Oh, Francesco, I need a mega pint as well. Honestly, thanks to Johnny Depp's trial, I am looking for some type of cup or mug that has mega pint in it. And I really want that shit to be gigantic. Like, it says mega pint. I want to confuse my friends and family. A mega pint? What the fuck is a mega pint? Don't worry about it and just pour the entire bottle of wine. I said I wanted a mega pint. Oh man, it'll be fucking glorious. It'll be like I guarantee you, my parents at that point will think that I should go to some type of rehab if they saw me pour an entire wine. Oh, and it won't be just any time. I'll pour it at 8 o'clock in the morning. That'll piss them off even more.
Yeah. No, sorry. Dragon Lord Pete, Christians and Muslims need to work stuff out if they ever want to work together. Dude, the thing is, like, the Prophet Muhammad had like kind of created a fundamental divide between Christianity and Islam. They are not compatible. Their core tenets cannot align.
So the biggest thing is Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God or just God. Muslims, they believe that Jesus is just a prophet and nothing more. He's not a God.
And they also believe that, well, the more key thing is that, well, Christians had the idea that Jesus would continually come back and continually send prophets to, like, keep the word of God alive. Muhammad was like, I'm the last one. There's no others after me. This is it. This is the final word of God.
Yep. Honestly, it's a very interesting conversation. I really think that conversation, which I don't mind talking religion, but I don't... Will it be safe for YouTube or not? That's the biggest question.
No. Fuck no, man.
No. I'll take it Odyssey if you're going to be doing Christians versus Muslims when it comes to their beliefs. All right.
Yeah, honestly, and that's the thing. I wouldn't consider myself qualified enough in either to really have a proper in-depth discussion on it.
Because once again, I'm friends with Christians. I'm friends with Muslims. I'm friends with fucking dudes that still believe in, that Zen energy shit, right? And I still friends with them because I've known them since fucking like I was 7 years old. Even though he's beyond annoying with that shit, once again, we will have a live stream on this. Space racism is not cool.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, I gotta get the thumbnail together for that. Yeah, we'll.
Yes.
We'll probably bounce on religion a bit when we're talking about space racism.
Oh, I'm definitely down for that. But honestly, There's plenty of places like hell. There's instances where Christians were. Wait, I'm gonna say this real quick. There's instances where Christians were protected by Muslims in the Middle East, and vice versa in the United States.
Yeah, they can get along as people, but the core tenets of the religions are incompatible. Right. Also, Dragon Lord Pete, why do Muslims not like pork? No one has ever given me a good explanation. Pork does not keep very long and has a lot of salt in it. So when you're eating that in the middle of the desert, you're highly likely to be shitting out your organs within a couple hours.
You sure that's the only thing?
And dehydrated. It's a practical reason to forbid pork.
Well, yeah, but the main reason is it's completely unhealthy when it comes to the Muslim standards, because they pigs, they eat anything. They'll eat anything under the sun. They'll eat human bodies, they'll eat feces, they'll eat whatever they can, depending on who the farmer is or the shepherd is or whatever it is. So they're at way higher risk for bacteria and parasites. Literally, pigs will eat a human body.
Yeah. But like the core like forbidding of pork thing largely comes from people ate pork in the past and it did horrible things to them, so they determined it was forbidden by God.
Oh yeah, because God, or how they say Allah, proclaimed that bottom feeders or animals with hooves are unclean. And once again, when I say bottom feeders, I mean pigs, shrimp, catfish, anyone that pretty much nibbles on the carcasses, like just anything. So that's literally the core reason. It is pretty unclean. But what Gray also said is true, right? It can definitely mess up your innards when you're in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, like if you don't have a good way to preserve it. And like that's the much older religious text. It's not superstition just because people made shit up. It's superstition because it's practical advice that people didn't really understand why.
And that's my biggest question when it comes to Christianity or whatever section of Christianity. Aren't they not supposed to eat swine or pork either, or drink alcohol?
Well, okay. Well, first of all, if alcohol was an issue, then why did Jesus make water into wine at the Last Supper? They talk about don't lose yourself in alcohol, but they do also speak on its ability to soothe a damaged soul. So they recognize its use, but it shouldn't become a ruling factor of your life, especially if you're in a position of power.
Okay, so what about pork? Or
I think that the Christians are neutral on pork. It's the Jews and the Muslims that have a problem with it.
Okay, so the Torah probably has verses on that. Okay, I was confused on that because once again, I have a general idea when it comes to the Abrahamic religions. Don't worry, in the future, I do plan on looking more into detail with all three religions. You know, because I do believe that you should be well informed of what people believe in. You don't have to believe it, but I believe you should still be well informed because it has a good amount of good advice or a good amount of good stories that has a lesson at the end. You get what I'm saying?
I absolutely like if you can find moral lessons in like well, maybe not modern, but like film, comic books, and novels, you can absolutely find it in religious scripture. You don't have to take the scripture literally to get value out of it.
Agreed. Which is why I'm not opposed to reading it, right? Doesn't mean I have to believe in the Torah, the Bible, or the Quran, but I guarantee you there is a plethora of fucking knowledge in those books. Because once again, These books are the OG red pill books, in my opinion. Right? And the latest is 1400 years ago. And it is still relevant today. Why do you think a lot of modern women these days don't want to be religious? Just think on that, gentlemen. Why do you think a lot of modern women don't want to be religious? And if they are religious, they're really using it as a mask. They're really using it as a facade. So you will perceive her as being pure. What are you typing right now, Gray?
Sorry, I got a message on Discord. Casey, I can never find a proper gate setting to cut out the typing.
Isn't the Torah really hard to read? Yeah, but I do
imagine
the English versions.
I imagine that the original text of the Bible would be pretty hard to read for most modern people as well.
Yeah, imagine the Quran.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure that there's more people speaking. I'm not entirely sure what the Quran was written in, but I'm pretty sure that there's more people speaking that than there are speaking Latin.
And aerodynamic, I agree. Muslims are not allowed to disrespect the Bible, the Torah. The Muslims are not allowed to disrespect Christians and Jews. They're not, even though the extremists in the Middle East say otherwise. You know, I believe those small amount of people are making majority of Muslims look bad. If you guys get what I say when it comes to extremists, you know what I'm talking about.
Aramaic for the initial text of the Bible. He didn't even know that. Like, my knowledge on the Bible is far more associated with the politics than the actual creation. And I know some of the scripture, but definitely there's people in chat here far more familiar with it than I am.
I'm just saying our religions are guilty of doing horrific deeds in the name of God, which is fucked up.
However, as I will point out, there are far more horrific deeds performed specifically in the name of no or anti-God.
You are definitely not wrong. Millions died.
Tens of millions.
Tens
of millions.
Yeah. And okay, here's a bit. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I want to get into this one. So, don't you love how modern women these days, they want to dehumanize and say that, you know, the baby inside their belly is not a human, so they can cope with the decisions that they made of having a shit ton of abortions? It's just a clump of cells.
Oh yeah,
I think it's a big cope.
Well, it's absolute. Well, okay, cope to a certain extent, but I think that it's far more about the social aspect of it. I think that if society didn't look down on the murder of babies, they'd be okay with saying that it's murdering babies.
That's true, but it's just like fucking concerning how crazy women has gotten after the power was given back to the states when it comes to abortion. Like once again, my most recent thing that I posted, ever since the Roe versus Wade was overturned, now they want to have compensation for carrying the baby in itself.
Actually, was it you who posted this that I saw just earlier today? Let me check your community tab. Yeah, no, exactly. You're like 4 hours ago, your fucking community post.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not just it. Not just suing the man, but they're also demanding a plethora of benefits just for being pregnant. Just because it's harder for them to get an abortion. Now they want extra resources, extra income.
But you know what? I approve of that bill 1,000% And do you know why?
Why's that?
It accelerates the red pill and MGTOW. And it promotes sex dolls, which, seriously, guys, if this bill passes, you better fucking invest in sex dolls because they're gonna get real fucking popular.
Gentlemen, like, this is why I have mad respect for Drake for making sure putting the spiciest of hot sauce into his condom. Gentlemen, I'm serious. Like, well, I don't know what went through that woman's head. I don't know if she didn't look inside. I don't know if the condom is see-through.
She probably thought she was on her period or something and that it was just blood.
Right. She decided to put up her snatch. She wanted to sue Drake for that. She wanted to sue Drake because she stole his seed.
Oh god. Oh jeez. Imagine if it was. Okay. So now I'm imagining, like, what if she saw the red semen, thought, maybe it's an STD, but it's worth it.
I guarantee you that's what happened. I guarantee you, gentlemen, I will say it for the billionth time. Your seed is literally the most important commodity right now in today's society. She cannot have any type of come up. How to say? The easiest come up she can have is stealing your seed. Or at least the easiest passive income is stealing your seed. That's why you need to practice D-discipline, gentlemen. If Drake has to go through that, what makes you think you won't get baby trapped? And yeah, I know baby trapping has been around since the dawn of time. But right now, 2022, I guarantee you, it's going to skyrocket.
If they'll fucking spread their legs for a tank of gas these days, their standards for what they'll do is pretty fucking low.
Gentlemen, I'm telling you, if things get bad, hopefully it doesn't, God forbid, but let's say on some Venezuela bad, gentlemen, do you know how many doctors, how many nurses, how many professional women went straight to the streets to sell their snatch so they can have something to eat for themselves and their kids?
Well, let's be honest, it's for themselves.
Yeah, mainly for themselves. But imagine if they had a man that feminism didn't fucking poison their mind.
Imagine if they had a man who farmed the shit out of MMOs and got rich off of Americans who didn't have time to grind.
Bingo. She would barely feel the collapse, honestly. Because even during the financial crisis, the farmers were still treated pretty well. Because once again, food is food. Food is fucking food. And for some reason, the man is unable to get any type of income. He can still grow food and you won't go hungry. But of course, when it comes to family, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. It's funny how you have to travel thousands of miles just for you to stand on the street with 10 different other Venezuelan women, hoping that some desperate dude takes you to fucking McDonald's for a large fry, and you have to fucking bend your back over. So it's like, gentlemen, I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time, at least in the States, because once again, we live a way higher standard. We live a way higher standard, and then we will be able to adapt and have a minimalistic lifestyle. Gentlemen, these Russian women, they are more comfortable with Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Versace, etc. Imagine all of that becoming worthless. It will be a fucking thought-pocalypse. What do you have to say about that, Gray?
I think Brandon's getting fucking savage in the chat. Damn.
Yeah, but what do you have to say about what I have to say?
Yeah, no, I thought apocalypse is basically coming to us right now, and the Venezuela thing, I can see that happening to Canada pretty fucking soon. I don't know how we're going to be able to get past Trudeau. Like, at the very least, you guys have the hope that someone like Trump's going to fucking come in and slow things down. There is no one like that in all of the Canadian government that is even allowed remotely near power.
And you got to remember, gentlemen, this is a clear evidence that I'm going to tell you right now. And I've told you before, what happened in Ukraine? The countless women that left their husbands, their boyfriends, or the boo things behind to fight and die. They're already busting it wide open on day naps before your bodies even turning cold. How much more proof do you need? They're here busting it wide open, twerking, stripping, knowing that a good amount of them are married or was in a relationship. They're the Ukrainian men by the thousands, dead. Think on that. I don't think loyalty comes naturally when it comes to women. It does not come naturally. What do you have to say about that?
No. In fact, I'm honestly of the complete opposite mindset. Loyalty is actively bred out of women.
Bred out, or they never really, because once again, women has always been spoils of war.
That's the thing. Like,
up a sword and fight and die.
Like theoretically, there have probably been genetic mutations that led to loyal women on occasion throughout history, and the genetics of those women did not survive.
I see what you're saying, but on countless occasions, she's already fucking the enemy.
I don't think female loyalty is inherent to mammals in general. I don't even think you need to go to humans to find where it disappeared.
No, but I say that men, in my opinion, we have no choice but to be loyal to one another. That's a part of our community. Because if we don't work together to oppose the threat, we're all doomed. You get what I'm saying?
By and large, yes. However, a man can be self-sufficient and provide for a family solo in the absence of an enemy.
Agreed.
So, like in areas of low population density, especially if there's a somewhat steady supply of resources, it's at least feasible for a man to just look after himself and his family and still find genetic success. So the man does have a choice. It's just not an easy choice.
But how would I say is, which I'm going to compare, 2 men are more likely to work together to survive than 2 women.
Absolutely. Because 2 men can create more, 2 men working together will be able to acquire more resources than each one working individually. Whereas 2 women, they're fighting over a limited number of resources because they are a net loss.
Agreed. And personally, the one male survivor doesn't even have to like the other male survivor. You know, it's that underlying silent agreement at times where we have to work together. Like it's something that men we understand. We don't even have to say it. We don't have to say
we can have disagreements and maybe we'd prefer not to deal with one another. However, at the same time, we can acknowledge it's still a mutually beneficial relationship. We're mutually exploiting one another for our own benefit. And we're better off working together, regardless of how we might feel for one another, than we are just trying to go it solo.
Agreed. I agree, because once again, it's best to, once again, I don't have to like you, you don't have to like me, but for the best chance of survival, we gotta work together, and we can apply that to everyday life when it comes to a predominantly dominated job that conspires of men. Like I don't like you, you don't like me, but we'll both get in trouble, or we both will have pay docked off of our paychecks if we don't get this shit done.
Yeah, like we're able to put aside personal emotions in the moment for the sake of accomplishing a task.
Agreed. We don't have to talk to each other. We don't have to be best buddies. We don't have to hang out after work. But we both can have a mutual agreement. We don't even have to say it. That, hey, we need to get this shit done or we both fucked. But when it comes to a societal sense, men can say we need to, and once again, I don't think it's going to happen in the United States on a large scale, but on a societal scale, a bunch of men can say, hey, we need to protect our property, our land. We need to fend off the invaders, or it's over for all of us.
Yeah,
you know, we can't just sit down and do nothing type shit.
Well, this is where like the male option comes in, because they need to have resources that are theirs to protect. Like if you have a society where there's a clear division between the master and the slave class, like unless the slaves are completely incapable of being self-sufficient, they have no need to die for the masters if an invader comes.
Agreed, but I say at most the community that they're in, at most.
Assuming that they have an investment in the community.
Right, like small towns.
Because well, more so family. Like investment in the community really solidifies with family. Because men can accept a lower standard of living in exchange for survival. So yeah, a dude can absolutely fuck off to the middle of the woods if a barbarian comes to the gate. But if there's like his wife and children inside the gate, then he'll fight and die for it.
Agreed. And I'm gonna read this right quick. Eva Herman, thank you for the $2 donation. Thank you very much. Odin is the one true God. All hail Odin. Yes. Till Valhalla, my brother. Okay. No. Hold up. So Cool Chicken says, so a good society? Yeah. Why do you think society right now in the West despise men like you and me? Speaking about, hey, we have a choice to walk away and not work tirelessly for the rest of our lives to produce things for people that treats us like shit. You know, it's not good if men more men are walking away when it comes to contributing to society.
And this is why monogamy was so important for like multiple religions, because when you take away the structure of monogamy from a society, you get a lot of men who don't have wives, don't have children, and therefore aren't invested in the society and not willing to die for it. You need to evenly distribute the women amongst the men to a certain extent if you want the majority of the population to be invested in the continuation of the society. And we're seeing the consequences for that right now.
Agreed. Do you think that they're going to reverse any type of laws right now to make it more fair for men when it comes to the marriage courts and the family courts? No. Are they going to make it more fair when it comes to the prenups, or make it more fair when it comes to visitation, when it comes to the kids if they divorce? No. So, what do you think a logical man would do at this point? At least men around our age. I'm talking about men in masses, right? Our age.
The same things that they do when they're in a job with a shitty boss. They look for a new job.
Agreed. Completely agree. And now we're the bad guys because we don't want to cater to a society that treats us like second-class citizens? No, that treats us like worse than fucking dirt. Think about that, gentlemen. We're the bad guys for saying, yeah, no, I don't feel like putting a ring on a woman. Think on that, gentlemen. Come on. They know that this is not good whatsoever.
Yeah,
So
honestly, the politicians have really painted themselves into a corner with this. Because any politician that tries to do what is good for the country in the long term will inevitably get taken out by the others. So they're all just looking to ride the wave as long as possible and then jump ship just as it starts to catch fire.
agreed. And as the person that walks away, they're either, you know what, I'm just going to do my own thing, or the other side. I want to say they walked away, but they're so desperate that they're willing to throw their life savings at OnlyFans and stuff. And that's pretty much the two sides for the general aspect. I know there's a lot more sides, but the two is, yeah, I'm good on my own. I'm gonna do my own thing. Not saying that I hate women or despise women, just that since they walked away from their traditional contract, why can't I walk away? Now the other side is like, oh, I need Puniti so bad. Oh my god, this is worse than heroin. Oh my god, she just shouted my name out on her OnlyFans. Let me donate another $10,000. How else all these top earning OnlyFans women are earning millions a month? Let's keep it real, gentlemen.
So, question from Moon here. What do you think of women who want men to see them as their number one priority? I think that's entirely natural. Like a woman, I guess the thing, a woman's priority, like any person's, like every human has like an order of priorities. Number one is themselves. Because if you don't have yourself, then you can't do anything and nothing else matters. The second is your primary source of income, your resource acquisition. For men, that is their job. For women, that is men. Women need men to acquire resources, no matter how much you abstract it. So a woman that wants a man to see her as the number one priority, it's completely understandable because that's her pathway to resource acquisition and therefore her number two priority. But a man needs to have his income as his number two priority. If he puts a woman as his number two priority or even his number one priority, then he's going to be used up and is a very short-term investment.
That's the biggest thing, Moon. For some reason, women are weird. Y'all get turned off if a man puts you as a number one priority. It is what it is. So when a man focuses on his career, focuses on his purpose, focuses on his hobbies, for some reason, women they are attracted to that, right? Because ambition, potential.
That's the thing. They want it, but they're not attracted to it.
So weird.
Yeah, it seems contradictory, but when you look at it, it makes sense because a man, like, you wouldn't be attracted to a man who is a short-term investment. A man who's on his grind set and doesn't treat you as a top priority, if he's giving you anything at all, he's a better long-term investment. Even if it's just a little bit of attention, that attention is far more valuable than the short term of a simp who's going to fucking burn out. Like, you're not going to get superior, like, genes out of a simp. You're not going to get superior potential out of a simp. The longer a man ignores a woman, the more valuable he is, period. And on a subconscious level, she's going to understand that and be attracted to it. Even if on a conscious level, she wants him to have her as his number one priority because that means maximizing her immediate resource gain.
Right, like you ladies are attracted to chasing validation. I learned that immediately after I turned red pill. As soon as I just not gave a fuck, for some reason, like you ladies are just like all over. If I said that, oh, how do I look today? How do I, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, look, alright, whatever. All day, you guys, all day that woman is just fucking. But what do you mean, whatever? What do you mean about that? What do you mean? What do I need to change? What do you do? You ladies love to chase the validation of men that you're attracted to. You just love it. It's crazy. It's crazy, but that's why. And I don't care what you ladies say, like, oh, be a nice guy, blah, blah, blah. Don't be a fucking nice guy.
It's a massive shit test to test your will, people.
Agreed. Right. And I'm not saying, oh, you need to be mean to bitches. You need to be mean to all. Just focus on you. Focus on you and your purpose. Focus on you and your hobbies. Make you top priority. And also, and I said this before, stop putting women on a pedestal like they're fucking goddesses, right? Especially those fat bitches that are like a 3 at best. All right? They're grimy. They're just as grimy as you and me. In fact, in 2022, I say modern women are worse. They're way grimier than men today. So stop acting like they're holier than thou. And once you have that perspective, dealing with women today is a lot easier. And they won't notice. They won't, oh, he's not sipping for me today. What the fuck? They'll notice.
Yeah. You got your super chat there too, man.
Yeah, we're gonna read the super chat and then we're gonna do some conclusions. T96, thank you for the generous $2 donation. I greatly appreciate it. Barbarians at the gate. USA late to the party, Vlad said. I don't get it.
Barbarians at the gate, USA late to the... Oh, he's quoting what someone else said in the chat as well. Barbarians at the gate, USA late to the party.
Oh, yeah, that's a good... Oh, Rio, you said celibate Scorpion is one. I agree. I will honestly agree. Celibate Scorpion is one. She is one. One day we just brushed her off, and all of a sudden I see half the comments is her. Like, what the fuck? But Gray, do you have any conclusions when it comes to anything we talked about or the topic?
I'll just go with the main topic itself because we'll only get the conclusions to a bunch of the other stuff off the main channel. So, let's think. These days, like basically almost every woman nowadays is a public taxi cab. You do not purchase a taxi cab for the privilege of riding in it. You pay the cheapest amount you can to ride in it for the shortest amount of time possible to accomplish what you need done. Nothing more.
I completely agree. I agree. And with my conclusion, gentlemen, there is no reason why in 2022 you need to put a lease on a woman that's literally been ran through by tens, hundreds, or even thousands of men. All right. It is very fucked up and very one-sided deal that these men that barely didn't have to do anything, they didn't have to pay, didn't have to go to her. No, she literally went to his place, or she brought him to her place and completely stripped off her clothes and rode on that schlong all night. But yet you're the one that had to put the ring on it, and you only get some sexy time once a month, if that. If you want any type of sexy time, it is beyond cheaper to just go out there and be single. If you're gonna go to a bar or a club, hey, fuck it, a drink or two ain't gonna hurt. Besides a married woman, I mean, not married woman. Besides your wife taking half your shit and everything else, compared to buying a drink or two or whatever, just so you can get that one night stand, much cheaper. But here's another thing: if you really want to go an extra route, escorts. I don't know what kind of level of escorts you guys like, but I say that if you guys really trying to get a actual woman, like a sex worker, definitely don't go for the cheapest one. Actually put in some decent amount of money. All right. If you're just trying to have your little fun, because once again, you as a man, I cannot tell you what you can or cannot do. All I'm saying is giving you the best advice. You pay her to leave. You pay her to leave. If you're really feeling itchy for companionship, do what you gotta do, and then she would just walk out the door. You would never see her again, or you just never see her for a while. Because once again, of course, a man once he's horny, oh, he's looking for the nearest punita he can find. But as soon as you get that nut in, you have that post nut clarity. And then you realize, damn, that's all I really wanted from her. Now imagine dealing with that in a marriage, and you're stuck with her for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Although, keep in mind though, if you budget out what you'd pay, factor in how many sessions you'd get in exchange for $3,000. And then keep in mind that that's the cost of a high quality sex doll who'll give you as much as you want for as long as you want.
Yeah,
it's an option, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's an option.
Yes. We are just presenting options to you, like what Morpheus said in The Matrix. We just offer you the truth, nothing more. That's it. It's up to you how you use that knowledge. All right, Gray, are you good to go?
I'm good to go, Yeet. Thanks for putting up with me getting triggered at boomers again.
No, it's all good. Honestly, I hope that sometime this week, or probably Friday, you guys be able to hash it out for good to see where you guys stand, because I really believe it's just that slight miscommunication or just mishearing of what you guys are trying to say. I think this Friday you guys will be good.
Yeah. Well, we'll be able to talk without limitations on Friday. So we'll get into that, and I'll definitely post anything that's safe for YouTube that I think are valuable gems up on my channel.
Oh, I got another super chat. Rio, thank you for the $5 super chat. What do women like Moon and Scorpion plan to get out of watching this info? Like, how does it relate to them? Why are they watching?
Well, Moon specifically is a Warband artist, so this is work at the very least.
But when it comes to getting information, I do not know.
Well, Scorpion is, she's a single mother, apparently a widow in her mid to late 30s. She's probably looking for a way to get into a relationship with a man that she actually values, because the men that are approaching her aren't the kind of men that she wants. So Scorpion's probably doing it to try to get a high quality man. Moon, all I know is that she does a bunch of Warband art. So anything beyond that, you'd have to ask her.
So yeah, Moon, I have no issue with. She's beyond cool. Definitely gave some very good artwork. I think she's just here just because she's part of the Warband. Scorpion is a completely different story. MC. Cesspool, Yeetus, Gray, stop doing the early morning and late night streams on the same day. I started at 6. What are you talking about? I know you're talking about before, but right now, I actually did it pretty early. I believe it was early.
Yeah. No.
But I see what you're saying, man. But unfortunately, you got to understand, there's countless other Warband members that does live streams around the same time, including Chronic. right? So imagine my live stream, Chronic's live stream, Hammerhand's live stream, Ribby's live stream, all at the same time. I'm gonna lose majority of my viewers.
Yeah, like last night after Chronic stream ended, like I'd booked my stuff early in the morning for that time slot, and still had like Hammer and Chronic popping in a half hour before it started. And when they were done, my viewers tripled. So, like, it is what it is. But there's
Rio, she drew one art piece for Chronic and now she gets a pass. No, all we're saying is the reason why she probably floats around my channel, Chronic's channel, everybody else's channel is because she's proud of the Warband. That she's a Warband artist. I ain't talking about anything getting a pass. I don't know why she's watching the live streams. I don't know. I can't exile her because she draws art. like
that's the most we know about her. Like, I really don't see what the point is of questioning every single female that comes in. If they draw a bunch of attention to themselves like Scorpion does, then okay, they can be like used as an example of, and then we can examine their motivations. But if they just want to pop in and be curious, oh well.
I can't. And once again, if you're talking about Scorpion, Scorpion is not part of the. I don't see her in the Warband chat. I don't see her officially saying that she's up for the Warband. She's just around just to be around. Like, I'm not going to ban every single female that jumps onto the chat. I want everybody to listen to what I have to say. Man, woman, or whatever fucking gender you identify as. Because the more people that can hear about male issues, the better. Whether if they're here for good reasons or bad reasons. My channel will go out there.
That's the thing. What's the point? Like, we don't know. We don't know what the point is because we don't question the motivations. Just like people, like, we'll get fucking commies and lefties coming into these chats, and we don't go, "Oh, what are you doing here? You don't align with our ideology. What's your motivation?" Like, whatever. I come in here, don't make a fuss, and you won't get no smoke.
Right, and don't get me wrong, Celibate, she says some crazy shit, like, often, but I don't think she said crazy enough shit to get her banned.
Crazy enough shit to mock, though.
To mock? Yes. That. Because, Gray, you were having a field day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. But, okay. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes. Remember, gentlemen, the grind doesn't stop for the Warband. I do this for you. Okay? I do this for you. And as you guys should support me 24/7, the grind ain't going to stop for me and Gray. It's never going to stop. Yeah. It's just, unfortunately, we got to sleep because, believe it or not, we'll go outside and touch the grass.
Hey, I'll actually get 5 hours of sleep tonight instead of the usual 4 to 3.
Yeah. If we started like at around 11, like if we started right now, Gray will be groggy as fuck at work.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, I basically just call. I do a hard call at 1 o'clock. That's my time.
Oh, like, that's your. Oh.
Like that is the time where I'm like, okay, 1 o'clock doesn't matter. I gotta shut everything down and go to bed. Like, you know, on weekdays when I work in the morning. Weekends are a different story. I'll go till 4 a.m. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, because for me, I only need 4 hours of sleep. That's just how I've always been for years now. Not saying that's a good thing. Not saying you guys should do that, but I'm pretty energized after 4 to 5 hours of sleep. It is what. How else do you think I get all this content now? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just close my eyes for a couple seconds and like, all right, back to business.
Yeah, I'm tempted to do that, but usually I'm behind the wheel when that happens. So I was like, no, I kind of need to keep them open.
Like the sun ain't even out yet. I already got my what's it called again? The grande coffee, extra espresso type shit.
Honestly, that might help. I'm trying to make do with like a cup of tea in the morning.
You drink tea? Well, I think tea has some caffeine in it, right?
A little bit, yeah. Like no, honestly, I drink tea most of the time. It's my primary drink aside from water these days. I've cut out a lot of vices.
All right, that completely understandable. And gentlemen, when I say about women coming into the manosphere, coming to the chats and stuff, I already told you guys before. It's going to happen. Women in general, they just can't resist. They can't, in my opinion. They want to talk shit, or they just want to infiltrate and just see what's going on. It's once again, I'm gonna use this analogy again. It's like you and the boys going downstairs in the basement about to watch a football game, and then you tell the wives and the girlfriend, "Hey, we're gonna be watching the game for around an hour. It's just gonna be the boys. Leave us alone. Don't come downstairs." And they still come downstairs anyway.
Honestly, it's probably a natural inborn instinct into women to go to where there are men gathering. Like that's why we see every time like a male space starts to get popular, there's always women that go and join it. I think they're just attracted to that on an instinctual level. They probably don't think about it the way that a man would do and have logical reasons.
Completely agreed. Because I guarantee you, majority of you men, you dealt with that at one point in your life. I guarantee you dealt with that. Because when you leave girl spaces, right? If she invited her girlfriends over, you're out doing your own thing probably, and there's no issues. But no, you hanging out with the homies, having a great time, laughing, and just finding great happiness, true happiness, that's too much for them. They have to come downstairs to the basement and say, "What you guys doing?" Like, didn't I tell you to go back upstairs? Like, I told you to stay upstairs. Why are you down? I told you to go upstairs. But they just can't. They just can't resist. They can't resist a group of men finding a great time and happiness without them. They just can't. I'm sorry, gentlemen. They can't. It's like what's happening in the current manosphere. We're having great conversations. We're having great opinions when it comes to male issues or the female nature of 2022. They just can't help but to come and see what's going on. It is what it is. That's all I can say. Am I wrong or
no?
Okay. Oh, this dude. Yeetus says it burns when he pees. He got a flaming green fire spraying out. I don't even have anything down there.
To be fair, Yeetus, it's just burning, period. It doesn't really matter what you're doing.
I burn everywhere. But gentlemen, thank you very much for the donations. Thank you guys for sticking around for around 4 hours and 20 minutes. I know it's been a long time, and I know we got off track, but I still think that it was a great stream. Don't you think, Ray?
Oh yeah, definitely a lot of stuff tackled here.
Bingo, I definitely agree. Hopefully you guys enjoyed a bunch of gems that I dropped on you today, and definitely expect a stream and new videos tomorrow. I really wanted to address that space racism shit tomorrow, not gonna lie.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll switch up the order of the thumbnails and get a space racism thumbnail ready for you as soon as work's off.
I had beef for that. I had beef for that shit. That astrology. But we are out. Peace.
Peace out, Warband.